All of you to assume I was straight to begin with.
I mean, I swing both ways, Kimmy, so I'm perfectly fine.
Oh, do you now?
Mm-hmm.
Trap's already gotten to me before I subscribed to this channel.
Yep. Most. I imagine most have either fallen victim to traps before finding my channel or found my channel, then fell victim to traps.
Trap's already.
Alright, looks like we're live. Hello, everyone.
Yep, I'll quickly send out a link while you guys introduce yourself. And it's going to be a little bit before we get to the video in question because my dumbass forgot to convert the video last night. Fuck
it's
you,
fine,
YouTube.
Kimmy.
I swear, YouTube, I'm going to buy a pair of steel-toed boots just for your ass.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
I hate it when YouTube doesn't want to freaking cooperate with me.
So, alright, which one of us fine folks wants to introduce ourselves first?
Okay, I guess I'll go first. Or since I'm the one guy nobody will care about by the end of this. So yeah, name's Ross. And let's just say for personal preferences, let's just keep it at Ross.
I just assume that everyone on the internet has has the common sense to not use their real name. Of course, I know I'm wrong, but I just like to assume that people have enough common sense to have some kind of alias on standby.
I'm up next. I'm QB, or better known by my Discord name in Kimmy's server as Common America. I'm pretty much hyped and stoked to pretty much react to this dumpster fire Kimmy's about to show us.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we don't know if it's a dumpster fire yet, for the most part, because, I will say this much, though. I hate to have to quote a shitty movie, but this isn't going to go the way you think it's going to. Even I didn't see number 1 coming.
Well,
you guys will see when we get to it. Sadly, I should have got a guy to make me a thumbnail because I still haven't gotten a new software to be able to make thumbnails. I was gonna make a cute little thumbnail of fish on one side and death battle on the other side, but I'll have to get a guy to do that for me later. But for now, I'll just have to use this.
And lastly, Madoka, please introduce yourself.
Well, my name is Madoka in Godzilla. I'm not really big a talkative person. I really do have social anxiety, but I'm mainly in Kimmy's Discord, and I mainly follow his channel, and I'm a big fan.
Cool. Nice to meet y'all.
Same here,
Hey,
friend.
I'm the autistic one around these parts. We don't need 2 Tomokos around here.
Sorry.
Yeah. Hopefully, though, the person in question won't get mad at me for making this video because for the most part, what I'm hoping this will be is just a chance to look at another fellow member of the Versus community's perspective on what they consider to be the worst death battles. Because me and him don't always agree on what makes a good death battle, but I think it will be interesting to see his perspective on what he considers to be a bad death battle episode, considering that he's mostly one of those Mr. Subjective types.
Mind if I ask, is he the same guy behind Fan War?
Yep.
Oh.
I'm one of the few people that knows him by his real name, but if I said his real name, he would kill me.
Yeah.
But everyone knows him as Fan War anyway. I guess his alternative name he goes by is One Fish Mob, but personally, I'm not a big fan of that name. No offense to him. I know he doesn't think very highly of my YouTube name either. He thinks Kimimorra's Trap Brothel is a stupid and inappropriate name.
I don't think it's stupid and inappropriate. I think it really helps you stand out as a brand.
Yeah.
Well, one thing that was amusing was in that I got a comment from somebody where they told me that my name was just an absolute gem. I was in the comment section of like something completely unrelated, and this person just saw my name and like, oh, hey, that's a neat name.
Huh, that's cool.
But yeah, I'm hoping this isn't going to be too much of like this isn't going to be like a response to like some idiot for the most part, like last time. It's going to be, like I said, I love looking at the different perspectives of like what other people consider to be the worst death battles. That's why I did that first episode of Let's Fight, to see what the community thinks. And now we're going to be taking a look at what and I hope he doesn't take too much offense to this, but what a death battle knockoff channel think is the worst. I know he might take offense to that, especially because he considers himself one of the oldest death battle channels.
Speaking of Let's Fight, I can't help but remember the comment I left for the video on Beerus vs. Galaxy, because not many people realize just how bad of an episode really is. Granted, Kimimorra, I don't mean to say this in a bad way, but you don't exactly have a horse in the race, since you despise both Dragon Ball Z and Sailor Moon. Especially Sailor Moon
First
because
off,
of the...
I don't despise... First off, while it is true I don't like Dragon Ball Z, I hate the fans more than I hate Dragon Ball Z. I always tell people this. I was an ex-fan of Dragon Ball Z. I used to be pretty into Dragon Ball Z. I just got bored with it because, like Pokemon, when I finally rage quitted Pokemon, it was the same shit over and over and over and over and over again. And I finally just gave up. I'm like, you know what? Screw this. And once I found out about other anime like Bleach, another KNJ, Death Note, it basically made DBZ irrelevant to me. DBZ to me is the equivalent of watching He-Man. You thought it was cool when you were younger, but then you watch other shows that are better than He-Man and are actually cooler than He-Man, and you just see it as the cheesy joke that it is.
Yeah, that'll sum it up nicely.
Yeah, I used to actually like Dragon Ball Z when I was younger, and I just now since I've seen so much more anime, it's like it's very low. I'm just not really a big fan of it anymore.
I mean, I truly mean this in the least disparaging way possible. Dragon Ball Z is one of those perfect gateway anime. It's one of those anime that when you're younger, like around 13, 14, you think Dragon Ball Z is awesome. But then as you get older and more mature and you watch other anime like Death Note, Bleach, and other more mature anime, I would even argue that even Attack on Titan, an anime I don't think very highly of, is still vastly more mature than anything Dragon Ball Z is capable of. Dragon Ball Z can sometimes have its moments, but it's mostly just dumb shit. Let's be real.
Well, I mean, that's kind of it. They're just moments.
Yeah. Yeah, and keep in mind, Death Note is also labeled as a shonen anime, so you can't use the excuse that it's a shonen because Death Note is a shonen, so you can't use that as an excuse.
Which honestly surprised me because I never even knew Death Note fell on the shonen umbrella.
Oh, it does. It was even a part of Shonen Jump magazine for years. Technically though, all shonen really means is it's just anime mostly geared towards boys, in the same way that shoujo is anime geared towards girls. That's all it really means at the end of the day. I know people like to use terms like battle shonen, but it's just like a pointless, unnecessary thing. Like, it's still just a shonen. You can use terms like battle shonen all you want. It's a very mild distinction. Like, why do you have to make a distinction between shonen that has action and shonen that doesn't have action?
Like, exactly. Because think about it. At the end of the day, DBC and Death Note are under the same umbrella. They're both shonen anime. Although, I'm going to be blunt, Light as a protagonist is far more interesting than Goku will ever be.
Because Light is an actual intriguing protagonist. Even though I don't like to label him as the antagonist, I always say this, Light is not the antagonist. technically and ethically, he is not the antagonist.
He's more like
Even the author himself straight up says L is the antagonist and L is evil. So all the people that think that L is the good guy, you're lying to yourself. He's not. L doesn't give a shit about right or wrong. He even admits this himself. He only cares about his own childish sense of having things his way. That's all it really comes down to with L. Because he only takes very specific cases that he personally finds interesting. Any other case of someone getting murdered, L could give a fuck less. So don't ever try to say that L's the good guy. He's not. He never was. Even the author says that L is evil.
exactly. And whereas Light over here is just such a brilliant protagonist in many different ways, because I don't mind a protagonist who's got shades of grey to him. And that's why I took a liking to Light as a character.
Well, that's my problem with anti-light haters, which I run into. All anti-light people, I run into them all the time. They think that they can only see morality as black and white, so they're not able to understand the shades of gray that people who side with light see. I am a person that sees the world through shades of gray. I think black and white morality is a very dangerous thing, to the point where I think if you have children and you show them a TV show or movie that has black and white examples of good and evil, you are setting your child up for failure, and you should stop doing it because it's irresponsible. You need to teach them how there are shades of gray.
That would probably be the first thing I would teach them.
This is why I loved Infinity War so much, because Thanos was not this generic bad guy we thought he was going to be. Thanos actually turned out to be a morally gray protagonist, a morally gray character. And from Thanos' perspective, he's not the bad guy. He's the good guy. He genuinely believes what he's doing is the right thing. He's more of a misguided villain, which is far more interesting than some generic. Like, that's why I hated Endgame so much, because of what they did to Thanos. They changed him from a morally gray character to a generic, I'm going to enjoy destroying your puny little world. I'm like, get fucked. Why are we all of a sudden back in DBZ? Get rid of this fucking Thanos and bring the real one back now.
I totally agree.
So enraged.
Yeah.
Movie.
Yeah.
No debate.
Perfect. The video's done.
Oh, brilliant. Marvelous. Yeah, so going back to what I said about my comment I left on Fan War, one of the key things I felt like Death Battle did that was especially egregious was the way they pretty much, how do I put it? The lack of respect they shown towards Galaxia is
random thoughts.
Oops. Sorry about that. That was my bad.
It's alright.
Keep going.
As I was saying, the amount of disrespect they shown towards Galaxia is legitimately disgusting. Like, for one thing, they've got a couple of things wrong, such as, how do I put it? I don't think they understand how starseeds actually work in Sailor Moon. 2, the inflation joke. And 3, I know outside help isn't allowed, but something they kind of glossed over is the fact that technically Galaxia is a necromancer. Because, how do I put this? She could basically take someone's soul, bring back the body without anything such as finding the original body, restoring it. She could just take someone's soul, restore the entire body, and control them like a puppet.
Wait,
That is
really?
something.
So, translation, she has soul manipulation.
Exactly.
There are terms for these different types of powers. What you're thinking of is referred to as soul manipulation.
Exactly. Galaxia has the ability to manipulate people's souls.
Well, holy
Yeah.
shit.
Well, besides, It's Naruto versus Ichigo. The death battle, I'm mostly just.
I really don't want to be reminded of the trash that Death Battle posted last night. Apparently, on the podcast, they're going to talk about the sequels versus the prequels, even though they're about 4 years too late on that one because it's universally accepted at this point. Sequels good, prequel shit. I hate Death Battle because they're always late to the party on something like that stupid Bowsette crap. They were late to the party on that one too because they were talking about a dead meme.
Exactly.
Well, I wouldn't
that's
expect any less from Death Battle.
That's the thing about Death Battle. These asshats are always late to the party. I mean, for Christ's sake.
They were late to the party on Mario versus Sonic, and as a result, nobody really cared. If anything, all they did was just piss off the Sonic and Mario fan bases.
I hated Mario versus Sonic.
And like they also pissed off the Mario and Sonic fans kind of the third time with Death Race.
Oh, not just that. They also pissed off us Sailor Moon fans as well. Like, they're very good at pissing off fandoms. Whether it's
to be
TBC,
fair, even I like to piss off the Sailor Moon fans.
Hey, don't get me wrong. You're welcome
I
to
think
shit
it's
on us
fun.
fans all the time because there are some things with the show I absolutely despise. Like, case in point, I hate how the elders are just utter karma Houdinis. Like, it's thanks to the show, I despise that trope, and I just want to see it thrown into the nine hells and never seen again.
Damn. I guess I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, I feel like the Mario versus Sonic. I feel like it was just. It has so much Matt Pat vibes. It just gave me Matt Pat stuff around it.
Please don't bring up Matt Pat. I honestly have an
No, I have
dislike
plans
for
to
him.
deal with him one of these days. He has made so many videos I cannot stand.
Please do. I want you to rip his asshole a new one.
The only reason why I haven't gone
Yeah.
after Matt Pat is because Manga Common is famous for going after Matt Pat. So unless he doesn't make a video against any of the videos I planned on making a response to, I'm kind of SOL. Even the whole when Matt Pat had the audacity to set foot into the Versus community, my freaking territory, Shadiversity got to him first, sadly.
Wait,
I'm
hold
like,
on.
damn
Matt
it.
Pat got into the Versus community?
Yes, he
When did
decided
that happen?
to make a video about Viking versus Samurai, which is the superior one, even though Deadliest Warrior already did that, but whatever. But
Yeah,
Shad went after him before I could.
Oh, the Deadliest Warrior.
Oh, shit. You won't believe who I've spotted in the comments.
Please do share.
Don't worry, I'm already well aware that he's in the comments. I'm just not going to make a big deal out of it because
Oh,
he's
not
not
Matt.
really being a dick, and as long as he's not a dick bag, I'm not gonna really care.
Not Maverick. Someone else. Kai.
No, I know exactly who you're referencing,
Oh,
and he's not
my
really
bad.
causing any problems, so I'm just going to let him be. He doesn't always cause problems.
Fair enough.
Plus, he's
gonna
been
be
mostly
harmless.
calm for the most part. Honestly, I'd be more worried about Kevin than him. Because
fair
Kevin,
enough.
for some reason, had the audacity to call me he thinks I'm afraid because I haven't released my review of Sephiroth versus Aizen yet, which it's not that I have no plans to release it. It's just not finished yet.
Yeah.
Like, it's as if he just expects me to just magically get the review out. Like, does he not understand I like to take my time and get it right?
I mean, to be fair, I'm just as much as a perfectionist as you are, Kimmy. I like to try and get my
Plus-
writing stuff good.
Anyone who knows me well enough should know that I like to avoid animation rewind like the plague because he is such low-hanging fruit within the Versus community. He makes Death Battle look like they know what they're talking about.
Oh, God.
I can't stand it.
You know, I
Animation
actually watched,
Rewind.
yeah, I watched like the 110 episode of Animation Rewind, and my brain is still fried to this day.
Yeah, not gonna
Once I
lie.
saw his MLG versus Creepypasta series, I was so done. Like, even as like a joke channel, he's not very good because like all he did throughout his big magnum opus was he literally just had Ben 10, not Ben 10, damn it. Ben from Ben Drowned just pop in at random points and just say, I'm gay, as if that's funny, and it makes no sense because when has Ben ever done that? And what the hell does that have to do with Ben Drowned?
Oh yeah, his Yuno versus Yandere Chen video was so horrible.
Mm-hmm.
He tried to like say like Yandere Chen wins because of some type of Easter eggs, which are like mods.
Okay, that's so stupid. Okay, I'm gonna say this because I've been meaning to say this to the versus community for the longest time. Actually, I don't even think this is even a versus community thing. Dear Yandere Chan fan base, get the fuck out of the versus community. Your shitty little character has no feats, barely a backstory. You cannot power scale a character with no official feats. Wait for the fucking game to be complete.
Which is never at this rate, especially considering Yandere Dev's infamous reputation. Like,
Okay, I get it. Like Yandere Dev, he takes forever to develop a game, but here's the thing. Stop trying to put freaking Ayano, I think that's her name, into versus matchups, okay? She has no feats. You're giving people like me in Death Battle nothing to work with. The fact that you have to resort to Easter eggs is stupid. Those Easter eggs are not canon. She has no canon feats. Nothing. So how the hell do you expect us to power scale her?
exactly.
Like, I mean, at least like dodge like explosions and like fall from like certain heights. So it does have some feats.
I mean, for Christ's sake, as much as a blank slate 47 can be sometimes, at least he has a couple of feats throughout the.
Let me tell you this. My OC that I actually am writing Mythos around, even though the script for it isn't complete, my character has more feats to work with
And so
than you have with Ayano.
And so does my character Cinderella, complete with the fact that she could take a punch from a orc and it broke the orc's hand.
Even in my character's incomplete form, she has enough power to basically be able to walk into the Dragon Ball universe and kill everyone with one hand behind her back.
Well, fuck me.
Remind me not to piss off your OC, Kimmy.
And again, this is with one hand behind her back, and this is while wearing her eye patch. And I always explain this to people with my OC. My OC's eye patch isn't just for decoration. It's a seal that was created to heavily restrict her power because her power is so great. And since she ended up becoming one with the void seeks to return everything to a state of non-existence. So in order to control this power, she heavily restricts her power. The eye patch alone, by wearing it, restricts her power by as much as 80%. And even while wearing the eye patch, she still heavily restricts her own power.
Damn, that's a lot of restraint. I would ask if she's into bondage, but I'm guessing that's out the fucking window.
No, but one of her main antagonists, Lucy, is. Like, that's literally her gimmick. One of her weapons is she has a doll that, like, can bind you up with these things, with these, like, metal whips that she can use to either impale you, cut you, whip you, or bind you with them.
Damn, that's metal as fuck.
Yeah, I kind of like it.
Yeah. Yeah, hopefully I can get this made someday. It is going to be a dark fantasy series if it ever gets made, so there's going to be a lot of dark themes in it. But my character is also not one to be trifled with either. And I didn't just make her OP just for the sake of making her OP, like my character is stronger than your character. There's a narrative purpose for why she is so powerful.
Just a little curious on how dark the anime is. Is it going to be like Warhammer 40k and redo of a healer dark?
I am not looking forward to this being released. I swear if it
Oh.
releases during the stream, I'm going to be annoyed because people are probably going to beg me to respond to it. And then I'm going to have to deal with Rooster Teeth constantly trying to block my stream like what they did the time I tried to do a live reaction review, which was a freaking nightmare because Rooster Teeth is a bunch of douches.
Agreed. Pretentious douches, to be exact.
Yeah.
But yes, I shouldn't put off any longer. Where is the screen share?
Well, Kimi, I'm kind of a little scared to ask because I felt like I pestered you about this during the live stream last time. But I just want your little opinion on something.
What?
Okay, so I'm kind of considering maybe doing my own Versus series on my fanfiction page. And one of the ideas I've been having, now, if you think this is a stupid idea, just tell me. I'm not going to get offended. I was thinking maybe doing Julius Belmont from Castlevania Aria / Dawn of Sorrow versus Sly Cooper.
Why Julius Belmont versus Sly Cooper? Well, first off, I'm gonna put it to you very, very simply. Julius Belmont is going to obliterate Sly Cooper. Now, I know I don't know very much about Sly Cooper, but I have at least looked at a power scale of him. Sly Cooper would get obliterated. Julius Belmont is the most powerful Belmont. He's stronger than Richter, stronger than Simon.
Yeah, and I know
The most powerful version of Dracula, Soma. He is not one to be trifled with.
Yeah, in a way, that's kind of why I chose him. Now, this isn't set in stone. I still have to do my own personal research.
Let me put it to you this way. The whip that the Belmonts carry around with them, that's no ordinary whip. The vampire killer is so powerful, it can cancel out healing factors. That's how powerful just the whip alone is.
Right. And I guess it might be... I did also rewatch something that kind of puts this whole idea to shit anyway. Again, I just wanted to ask for your opinion. That when Julius and Soma were fighting, they outright stated that Julius was restricting himself from this fight. Right, I do
believe that was the case, yes, because Julius Belmont is so powerful, and also Julius Belmont was friends with Soma and assisted him in fights before, so Julius didn't want to kill Soma, but in the bad ending when Soma becomes Dracula, because there's alternate endings within that game where he becomes Dracula, Julius and Alucard and the other girl, I forgot her name, they didn't want to kill Soma, but when he ended up becoming Dracula, they had no choice but to kill him.
Right.
So yes, Julius was holding back because he didn't want to kill someone that he considered to be a friend and an ally.
Yeah. I guess I kind of chose Sly Cooper because I thought thematically it just kind of seemed appropriate. With the keyword being
what's thematics? What is thematically even going on there?
Okay, just bear with me. I'm probably gonna sound like a complete idiot on all of YouTube, but basically, to where Julius comes from a long line of what the fuck?
Sorry,
it's the video.
Hold on.
Now back to our irregularly scheduled program.
May I
there we go.
Okay, first things off the bat, why would you start your freaking video with a goat scream? That's just fucking obnoxious.
Honestly, I haven't heard that sound effect since Newgrounds.
I mean, don't get me wrong, that goat scream is great for like a funny joke or two, but if your video's gonna be serious, don't do shit like that. Calm the fuck on, mate.
Well, the thing is he prides himself on not quote unquote taking everything so seriously because he and many others think that I take things too seriously.
So
I don't know where it's coming from, but there is an echo coming from one of the ends. I would look into wherever that echo is coming from.
It's not from my end.
It's not
I don't.
either.
Pretty
I
quiet
hate to
over here.
disappoint you, but wrong one. I hate to disappoint you, but the character in question doesn't have a boyfriend. They can't. So yeah,
And
she
speaking
does have various. How do I put this in a PG way? Special servants.
oh, good grief! Speaking of bad death battle matchups, I thought of one for a while, but looking back at it, it's honestly legitimately terrible.
Well, what is it?
Black Hand versus Celia Galaxia, the battle of the intergalactic necromancers.
I can't comment.
Well,
Okay, so
I
everyone just go into your settings, into the mic settings, and click the box that says echo cancellation. That might help. Because I already have the echo cancellation on. So go click on that. That might help.
Mine's
There's a little
on.
checkbox that'll say echo cancellation.
Yeah, mine says echo
My echo
cancellation.
Mine's on as well.
Yeah, I think the echo is coming from your end though.
Mine's on.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Shit, I don't know how to fix it.
Yeah, somehow coming from your end. I don't know what's causing it though.
Any better?
I think so. All right.
Okay,
Might as well put this off
untick the
any
box. I think it might be Fixer.
longer. Okay.
Last time on Random Thoughts. Now back to our irregularly scheduled program.
Dude, not cool.
Well, I didn't want to disappoint my viewers. I gave them a planet blowing up.
But did you really have to choose this place for our temporary home while the world is being rebuilt?
What? Everyone's friendly, it's bright and colorful, we don't have stupid lockdown.
If he is referencing that universe, like last I checked, the whole whatever the hell that universe, I always forget what it's called. I know what it's called, but I can't say it. It's like been taken over by like incest weirdos.
Oh, God, that's nasty.
Yeah.
That community is taken over by weirdos that make all kinds of incest stories and whatnot.
Oh, that's
Wait,
nasty.
Oh, come on. You got to say it like Cleveland. Ah, that's nasty.
Ah, that's nasty.
Yeah, I tried to do the
That's
voice,
got all
and I
my
can't do
stank
that
of the day in
very
it.
well.
Nor do we have a lot of shady stuff going on with social media or the elections. Why hate this place?
It is.
Also, I'm just going to say this. Can you, this is just a piece of advice for everyone. Stop referencing lockdown in your so-called jokes. Okay? It's so annoying being reminded of lockdown. Like you do realize that part of the reason why there were so many violent riots was because people were pissed off because of the lockdowns, right?
Exactly.
Stop reminding me of the freaking lockdowns. I don't want to be reminded of that. And it's not funny. You're literally just referencing a current event. Random references to current events are not funny.
Plus, this is going to make the video all the more dated.
Yeah, that's another
Exactly.
reason why you shouldn't do that. You risk heavily dating your video.
To quote
I mean, I
YouTube guy,
get that Fish is it's going to be so hard to get through this stream because I'm so used to calling him by his real name, and I have to show so much restraint to not accidentally let it slip. But in regards to Fan War, it's like I know he's not very good with like humor and whatnot, but this is just like really bad humor. And I know people are going to pull out the whole humor is subjective, and while you may be right that humor is subjective, there is certain objective standards that go into writing a good joke. Random references are not funny. You know who else just makes random non sequitur references? Seltzerberg, the people that make all those crappy movies like Date Movie, Epic Movie, Disaster Movie, all those movies. Most of their humor is dedicated to random non sequitur references because they think that references are funny and don't just heavily date their movies.
Yeah, if you can call that
Exactly.
humor.
There's a quote that perfectly sums this up. References are not jokes.
So,
Like that'd be like me saying, "Hey, how about that police brutality, huh?" That would just be extremely tasteless. And I say that because police brutality is back in the news because the police decided to beat up a bunch of anti-cop protesters. Don't worry, I swear I'm not going to make a lot. I hope I'm not. This is another reason why I hate it when people mention things like lockdown and the election, because nobody wants to hear about politics. Even I hate mentioning politics on any of my videos because I'm always worried I'm going to piss off one of my fans or I'm going to make them feel uncomfortable because nobody likes politics. And I hate that. That's why I don't make references to the election or lockdown or any other political garbage. You're just risking alienating people that don't really want to hear about that nonsense. You're supposed to be escapist entertainment, not remind me of all the shitty stuff going on right now in the real world that makes me want to commit self-deletion.
I definitely think a good lifetime time to take a federal government class.
By the way, your echo is still kind of bad throughout the stream. I'd see if there's anything you can do about that.
Who, me?
Unnatural.
Well, if you don't want to join me on this, then go back inside. I'm pretty sure they won't follow. When it comes to answering who would win, Death Battle is undoubtedly the show that comes to mind. It is unique in that it is a relic from YouTube's early days, coming out right at the end of it. Something that can
really unique in the fact that it's a relic. You know, Onision is a relic, right? Does that make Onision unique?
I guess by that logic,
there's a lot of stuff that's a relic from YouTube's past. It doesn't make it good. Like, you're not talking about James Rolfe. You're not talking about Spoonie back when he was at the peak of his badassery.
Or AVGN.
Yeah, that's who James is. That's his real name.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, the
Sorry.
AVGN's real name is James Rolfe.
Mm-hmm. Either way, I'm trying a different mic. Is this any better?
Yeah, it could just potentially be your mic, or just check your mic options to make sure you're not going through two mics at once. I've accidentally made that mistake. Actually, no, it's still going on.
How?
I don't know. I don't know what to tell you because I don't know what the problem is.
Okay, trying new settings now.
be seen in its gradual evolution. While stuff like Super Mario Bros. Z, Bowser's Kingdom, and Sonic for Hire, for a time, would simply either end or never be continued once those good old early days were over, Death Battle would go on.
You're wrong here, Fish. Sonic for Hire did get a continuation recently.
Which surprised me. Is Sonic for Hire any good?
It's kind of good if you.
It basically, if you're a big fan of the type of humor from Newgrounds, you might enjoy it. It's mostly just a bunch of dumb, lowbrow humor, like what you would expect from Family Guy. There are some interesting gags in it, but if you're going in there expecting anything clever, don't bother. I mean, with Link, they go with the ever annoying, overused joke of "Ha Link is gay," which makes no frickin' sense.
I
and
mean, again,
yes, they make him a stereotypical gay. They make him a stereotypical, like, flaming homosexual. That kind of joke, like what you would expect from Family Guy.
Oh yeah, I remember. I think there was an
Right.
episode where they called him Homo Fett, the gay bounty hunter, or something.
Yeah, I mean, I admit I watched Sonic for Hire. There was some parts of it I liked. Like, for some reason, I got a kick out of the random scene where they're in R-Wings and Tails is just jamming out to Gangnam Style while Sonic's trying to complete the mission. And then one of the R-Wings gets blown up as he's still listening to Gangnam Style and then just quickly flies away. I don't know why, but that got a chuckle out of me.
The first Sonic to Hire was actually the Kirby one, I remember. I watched.
But yeah, I just want to quickly point out, and I'm not trying to be a condescending dick because I know that's always his go-to when it comes to me. But you're wrong here, Jacob. You're wrong here, Fish. The Sonic for Hire did get a continuation.
To become one of the biggest shows on YouTube, garnering millions of views with each episode. And why shouldn't it? When it came out, no other show was like it. And while it wasn't the first to ask the question of who would win in a fight, it was definitely the first to ask it with fictitious characters, and the much more free, unrestricted internet definitely allowed it to flourish. And why shouldn't it? Back when it came out, it was the only show that not only decided to actually try and figure out the winner of a fight outside of voting or discussion, but to also bring it to life. And ever since, there have been many others that have joined this trend, myself included. I used to watch it religiously, something I'd look forward to every month. But after a while, I found myself detesting the show more and more, and frankly, it's not hard to see why. Despite being the oldest, that doesn't mean what it says is always right. They have made plenty of screw-ups with outcomes, animation, research, you name it. And now that I've watched this series back in its entirety, including the episodes I didn't see...
It's interesting hearing him say all this because usually whenever I mention like my criticisms of Death Battle, people like Fish and his fans will usually come at me saying like I'm too harsh or it's Death Battle show and they can do what they want or something like that. Even though I know deep down inside that they know that what I'm saying isn't exactly wrong, because a lot of my opinions on Death Battle are not uncommon opinions. Part of the reason why my channel was able to flourish is because people that felt frustrated with Death Battle and felt sort of abandoned by Death Battle, they ended up coming to my channel because they got sick and tired of Death Battle's crap. Because in the same vein, I wasn't the first channel to ever talk about Death Battle, like review them, debunk them. People like Seth and Sir Splash got to that well before I did. However, the environment was there for me to be able to make a name for myself because I already had a reputation in the Versus community even before my channel was a thing. I was talking about Death Battle and Versus related stuff all the way back when Google Plus was a thing. So I've been doing this for a long time, and it was because of that reputation and people that were getting so sick and tired of Death Battle that had the same similar feelings I had towards Death Battle that ended up coming to my channel. Like Death Battle themselves is creating an environment for people like me to be able to thrive, people that are getting sick of Death Battle and want to call them out on their BS.
It's time we figure out which is the worst of the
that
worst.
was such a stupid
So
thing
get
they
your
did
weapons,
with versus
armor,
Zelda.
and
Let's have them
skills at
swap
the
each
ready.
other.
We're going to be looking at the top 10
Even
worst
though Zelda would
death
realistically not do
battles.
that.
But before we get going, let's look over some honorable mentions.
Here we go.
Honestly, I expected much more from this.
Why did you expect more from this? Nobody expected anything from this fight. I think this fight got trashed the first moment people heard about it. Anyone can correct me if I'm wrong, but people in the chat and my guests, let me know. Was this a fight you expect anything from? Because from what I saw, similar to when they did Hulk versus Broly, that got trashed immediately, and people were like, we don't want She-Ra versus Wonder Woman. In the same way they said, we didn't want Hulk versus Broly. We wanted Asura versus Broly.
Me, when I saw this, I was like, seriously, you're whoring out Wonder Woman again. I mean, for Christ's sake, if you're gonna bring in the Woman of Wonder, why not throw her against someone who is a different kind of princess? Someone who is arguably 1,000 times stronger than She-Ra.
She-Ra, depending on which version of Wonder Woman you use, She-Ra would absolutely curb stomp Wonder Woman. She-Ra is incredibly powerful, as is He-Man.
Not to mention,
they wall the crap out of her.
Not to mention, you know that whole feat about helping someone move a planet or some kind of god? Yeah, like that guy mentioned in Goku vs. Superman, don't know his name. They were unable to lift him up, and being able to help move a planet is not much when more than one person is doing it.
They did not lift Spectre off the ground, and they had to have the help of Green Lantern, and they still couldn't do it. Yeah, so this one I expect nothing wrong. But what really pissed me off about this one was they had the audacity to make this not back in the day, but back when that worthless She-Ra reboot got made, which is a classic example of why trendy matchups suck and can be disrespectful at times. Like, you choose to bring out She-Ra back when a reboot that goes against everything the She-Ra cartoon was. And I'm not acting like the She-Ra cartoon was high art or anything. It wasn't. It was just a cheesy 80s cartoon that got turned into stupid SJW propaganda.
I mean,
and before anyone tries to call me a stupid anti-SJW, because I've been coming across channels that are criticizing anti-SJWs, it was stupid SJW propaganda. You know how I know it's stupid SJW propaganda? Because Movie Bob loves it. Movie Bob worships things that are essentially just SJW eugenic propaganda. So bite me, anyone who tries to say otherwise. If you try to call me an anti-SJW, get fucked. I'm not an anti-SJW. I just speak the truth.
She-Ra versus Wonder Woman is probably one of the most underwhelming fights I've seen this show do. It honestly feels like the writers didn't know what to do, and as a result, relegated this to nothing more than just a simple sword fight that's not too different from what we've seen many times before. But the biggest crime that it commits is that it just feels like a bunch of wasted potential. These are demigoddesses who are capable of moving planets. They both have means of aerial dogfighting.
I'm just going to put this out there. Planetary feats are not impressive. Anyone who thinks that a planetary feat is impressive, it's not. Let me put this into perspective. DBZ cannon fodder characters like Yamcha and Roshi are planet level. So, planet level feats are nothing. Just putting that out there.
And both have the ability to travel through space. Why?
Okay, those last two I don't get. They both have aerial travel, and they both can travel through space.
and
it's nothing special, Kimmy.
not at all.
Like, this is what I mean. Like, you have people like Fish that will bring up just these surface level similarities that really, at the end of the day, don't really offer much. Like, okay, let's say they did get into an aerial dogfight. Okay, and we've seen aerial dogfights before, so that wouldn't exactly add anything.
Right.
And remember that planetary level thing? Yeah, destroying a planet is impressive, but how about being able to reset the entire fucking solar system with one move?
Here's the thing. The Sword of Grayskull, if you've read the He-Man comics, you know the Sword of Grayskull exists on a multiversal level. So both She-Ra and I almost said He-Man, like I'm Jamaican or something. And He-Man, they can tap into the Sword of Grayskull's multiversal power. You can look this up in the comics. If I had a scan of it, like right off the top of my head on standby, I would show it, but I don't want to like risk wasting any time looking for one scan. But don't worry, I assure you it exists. And of course, Death Battle doesn't mention it, because if they mentioned it, then She-Ra would just absolutely obliterate Wonder Woman, because as part of my knowledge, the only version of Wonder Woman that is even close to multiversal is the version of Wonder Woman that has the God Force or whatever it's called. And I don't think they used that version of Wonder Woman.
It's just a sword fight in a forest. Beerus vs. Galaxia took advantage of the fact they could destroy planets and travel through space, so why not this?
Oh,
and let's be honest, compared to previous fights, this one is just lackluster. He-Man vs. Lion-O was a better 80s themed battle and actually caught the corny feel from what's expected of both shows.
Sorry, Catman.
Admittedly, I gotta give him credit for this. He's absolutely right. Even though I admit I can't stand that cheesy 80s cartoon style, if you're gonna do She-Ra, get freaking cheesy. I mean, it's like doing the old school Ninja Turtles and not bringing up all the cheesy stuff from the 80s Turtles. I would be pissed off. And this is coming from someone who hates those cheesy 80s cartoons.
But you won't string me along that easily.
And feels like a neutered version of the God Brawl we got in Thor vs. Wonder Woman.
Oh, that
if
fight
anything,
is terrible.
That is how this fight should have been like. In the end, there's not much else to say, and there's honestly a lot worse out there. What else can I say? No amount of power can help this Princess Promenade.
That's what...
Please stop with the puns, Fish. I know you think they're funny, but they're just cringy and painful. They're not any funnier when you do them. They're just as cringy when you do them as when Boomstick does them.
Power
Exactly.
really looks
Yeah.
like.
As a versus debater, I have done plenty of matchups that fall under the more trendy side. But I also make sure not to oversaturate my series with it. Something I'll make darn sure of not to do after watching this.
This was one I was surprised
You would not...
to see him mention, because I honestly thought that for Death Battle's first whack at a live action fight like what Deadliest Warrior did, this was actually pretty solid. Now, the research and analysis was still garbage. You can see Sir Splash's video on why that was trash. That's why I didn't focus in my review. I didn't focus too much on the analysis and result side of things, because Sir Splash already said everything that I would have said, and I wanted to focus more on the fight. But I actually didn't mind the fight. The fight was fine, so I'm kind of curious as to why he doesn't like this one. Now, granted, it's an honorable mention, but still, I thought that a lot of people liked this one.
Believe how sick I was of Death Battle doing Marvel vs. DC battles by the time of this episode.
Although I will give him this, I can understand where he's coming from like the trendy matchup perspective, because I'm constantly one of those people that keeps saying, stop with Marvel versus DC. It is so overplayed. I'm so sick of it. How many more do we need to see?
That's why I fought with Black Hand versus Galaxia. It's not a trendy matchup because DC's not going up against Marvel for once.
Yeah, I think I just avoid Marvel versus DC like the plague.
Oh, yeah. I don't even watch the Marvel versus DC matchups anymore. Why do you think I didn't watch Spider-Girl versus Batgirl or whatever? I straight up skipped that one, and for good reason. From here on out, I'm sorry, but unless it's an older retro review, don't ever expect me to review any more Marvel versus DC matchups from here on out, guys. Sorry, but I'm so burned out with Marvel versus DC, I'm done.
You know what would have been a better alternative, though?
Because I know that I didn't get to review a lot of those older Death Battle episodes because my channel wasn't a thing back then. So unless it's an older episode, maybe, because I know people want me to review some of those older episodes. But any of the newer ones, I'm not even going to bother. I'm going to pretend they don't exist.
Fair enough.
Honestly, this made me realize just how safe these battles were and how attached Death Battle is to them. Couldn't they have just chosen something more original, like Daredevil versus Kenshi?
That's not.
And I know some may say they're both normal humans who are heroes in a world of superhumans who have found a way to stand out among these god-tier titans, but...
Daredevil has superpowers. Just saying.
Exactly.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, Daredevil is far from just a normal human, in air quotes. He has superpowers. He has something on par with the spider sense, which is extremely OP, by the way. So, he has superpowers. And Daredevil has constantly pulled off superhuman feats.
I got a suggestion.
Hold on a second, Kimi.
What?
Go on.
Oh, I think he was just saying, like, hold on, like he'll be back or something.
Okay, while we're waiting, I got a neat suggestion. Instead of Marvel versus DC, why not look into the lore of Sentinels comics, aka Sentinels of the Multiverse? Because there's some cool heroes to draw from there, like Tempest, the Wraith, La Commodora. Like, there's some brilliant characters from that universe you could pull from Ursa's matchup. Hell, even fucking Oblivion would be a brilliant contender.
This is why I focus more on... This is why when Blood Royale comes out, which I hope to have a trailer revealing the Season 1 lineup up real soon. I'm just getting the episodes organized into the order I want to do them in, and then I'll get a trailer up real soon. But anyway, when I do Blood Royale, you can expect very few comic book matchups. I'm not going to be doing a lot of comic book matchups because, number one, comics aren't my thing, and number two, hold on a second, my freaking Facebook is going off. I don't want that constant going off in the background. But anyway, I'm going to be mostly focusing on video game and anime and manga matchups. I might do a comic book matchup here and there, but it's not going to be very common. Because I'm genuinely making an effort to separate myself from Death Battle. That's the thing. Blood Royale is not going to feel like Death Battle at all. I'm going to do everything in my power to separate myself from Death Battle. Because if I get referred to as a Death Battle knockoff, I'm going to consider that a failure on my end. And I'm not going to lie, it might make me feel like I failed in regards to Blood Royale. Because I want to, honestly... It's going to feel more in line with what you would expect from Deadliest Warrior. Not perfectly, because there's only so much I can do, because I don't have Deadliest Warrior's resources, but I'm going to try my hardest to bring back the good old days of Deadliest Warrior. And I can tell you, as someone who has been rewatching Deadliest Warrior with one of my sisters, Deadliest Warrior really just puts into perspective as to just how bad Death Battle is at what they do. In fact, one thing I'm going to consider doing is I want to do watch-alongs where I'll do a little private stream and me and my fans will watch something. I also want to be able to review Deadliest Warrior, but if you've seen Deadliest Warrior, it puts Death Battle into perspective. Deadliest Warrior was fun, informative, and I could never get enough of it. Whenever they started, like, here's the thing that nobody talks about. Deadliest Warrior actually analyzed the weapons. Death Battle doesn't do that. They say they're going to do it, but then they never do. They would actually test the weapons, which was fun to watch. I loved watching the weapon tests.
Exactly, and it was honestly entertaining. Like, the first episode I ever watched was Jesse James versus Al Capone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there were so many great episodes. There was only really a couple of episodes that kind of made me raise an eyebrow. That was Alexander the Great versus Attila the Hun. I won't say why on the off chance that there's people here that haven't seen any of these episodes, but I will say these episodes did make me raise an eyebrow. There was also the Mongol versus the Comanche. And another one that kind of threw me off was... Ivan versus Hernan Cortez. I won't say why. I'll save those for because I'm trying to find a way to be able to review Deadliest Warrior because I really want to be able to do it because Deadliest Warrior is so good. If you've seen Deadliest Warrior, you would understand why I'm so hard on Death Battle. Well, and I'm not going to take the whole they're just an internet show excuse because they have the budget and manpower to be Deadliest Warrior. They just choose not to be. I've gone over this several times with the Death Battle fans. Their budget, if you heavily lowball it, is like 50 to 100 grand. Don't tell me they don't have the freaking budget. They do. They also have sponsors out the ass.
Kimimorra, I got a cool Deadliest Warrior episode that's one of my favorites. CIA versus the KGB. A battle of spy networks.
One of my all-time favorites was the Samurai versus the Spartan. That one was awesome.
Didn't
there's one thing I constantly point out with people. If Death Battle made Deadliest Warrior, we would have never gotten matchups like the Samurai versus the Spartan, the Shaolin Monk versus the Mali Warrior, or any stuff like that. I swear to fuck, this is what they would do. They would have the ninja fight the Shaolin Monk because they're both Asian martial artists. They would most likely have the Spartan go up against the Viking because they're both like brute warriors or something like that. We wouldn't have gotten half of the interesting matchups we got because Death Battle seems to be under the mentality that the more similar the characters are, the better the matchup, which led to me coining the phrase mirror matchup, which I plan on dedicating an entire video to because it seems to me that the versus community is still in its infancy and certain concepts are still coming around, like the concept of things like no limit fallacies and things like mirror matchups. So I'm going to try to help people understand what these things are because a lot of people don't seem to understand what a mirror matchup is, and they seem to be under the impression that I just use the term mirror matchup for any matchup I don't like when that couldn't be further from the truth. I have a very clear definition on what a mirror matchup is. And you can't tell me that mirror matchups don't exist because I have people that straight up tell me that the only good matchup is a matchup where the characters are essentially the same thing or have the same power. So you can't tell me that the concept of a mirror matchup isn't already ingrained in people's heads.
I mean, that's the reason my matchup idea sucks. If you boil it down, Blackhand and Sailor Galaxia are basically the same character.
Yeah, and odds are that matchup is probably going to fail as a result. I genuinely make an effort. Here's what I always tell people. There's a difference between similarities and connections. A connection to me is something that connects two characters and universes together. Similarity is just any surface level, shallow thing you can find between two characters that is common. And some people are desperate. I remember I got into an argument with someone last night, and we were arguing Gwen from Ben 10 versus Terra from Final Fantasy VI. And one of the so-called connections they used, I shit you not, was they both have pink transformation forms. Like, when you have to use colors, you are truly desperate for similarities. I remember this one time someone said Lucy should fight Gara because they both have dark backstories and have pink hair. I shit you not.
Exactly.
That just screams desperation.
Can we move on with... Go on.
Yeah, sorry. I was just giving Ross a little bit to do what he's gonna do, but screw it.
Someone was like saying that
by that logic, why didn't they just pit Daredevil against Batman? He too fits that same criteria, and I'm pretty sure this matchup is slightly more popular. In the end, I just think they went with Nightwing because he used similar weapons to Daredevil, which is a boring reason to me. And
exactly.
That's how
I've been telling people like this for years that having matchups where the only gimmick is they have the same weapons or the same power is boring. It's almost as if the things I've been saying for years are right. And I'm really not trying to sound like a condescending asshole. It's just me trying to point out that these are the things I've been saying for a long time. But you'll have people out there, especially Death Battle fans, that will try to tell me otherwise.
Describe this episode. Boring. The hits delivered to each character doesn't feel like it has any weight. Every time these characters hit one another, it doesn't feel like they're hitting a solid object and reacting to it. They look like they're just throwing fake punches and the other is pretending to react to it. And in all honesty, the music is not a good fit. It's just too soft and too slow for a fight scene. It just really bogs it down.
What I got to give them credit for is the choreography and the camera work is actually pretty solid, which is one thing I praised in my review. I did enjoy the choreography for what it was worth, and I did enjoy the camera work, which is not something I expected from Death Battle. I expected them to have just garbage camera work.
And that's kind of what makes or breaks a fight scene. You got to have good choreography.
Didn't Winter Soldier
Just ask the people that make the John Wick movies.
Yeah, and then the Winter Soldier versus what's that guy? Deadshot was also like that.
Red Hood.
Yeah, Red Hood. Yeah.
That was also a live action fight.
Yeah.
By the way, another Marvel versus DC matchup. Me.
And I know many will disagree with me when I say this, but I honestly do not like these live action fights. I know it captures a gritty look and captures the look of the live action shows both have starred in a lot better. But here's the thing. Unlike live action and its limitations, animation has no limitations. Ever wondered why the live action Disney remakes look so much worse in comparison to the originals? It's because you can't do things with live action you can do with animation. You can exaggerate expressions and movement. You can get angles impossible in real life.
Well, this is true to an extent, Fish. What you need to understand is live action is not undoable. Look at the MCU. How can you look at the MCU and then tell me that you can't do things live action that you can do with animation? I understand where you're coming from, but this is a somewhat flawed point. Yes, you are right that there are certain limitations with live action that you wouldn't have with animation, but animation also has their limitations, especially depending on the type of animation style that you're using. If you're using, say, sprite animation, you are heavily limited as to what you can do because you're limited to whatever is on the sprite sheet unless you make everything from scratch. You kind of see where I'm coming from? Because look, Infinity War was an absolute marvel, and all that was done live action. So you can't tell me that you can't do interesting things with the limitations of live action. Look at the John Wick movies. Those movies are awesome. John Wick is better than 90% of the versus matchups I've seen. Like, it's not really a matter of animation versus live action. It's a matter of the effects, the budget, and the script.
Hey, guys. Sorry, I'm back. What did I miss?
You pretty much missed him explaining why he doesn't like Daredevil versus Nightwing. And right now he's explaining why he doesn't like live action fights because he thinks that live action fights are too limited, but animation has no limitations. Even though that's not true, because while it is true if you make everything from scratch, there are no limitations. But with things like sprite animation and 3D animation, there can be limitations. And I'm just explaining why you can do things live action and it still be interesting. For example, the Bleach live action was a pretty solid movie. And they were able to make that work.
Or you
Look at Alita Battle Angel. That was live action, and a lot of people like that. You can't tell me that live action is impossible to do. It's not. I'm not necessarily saying that you're 100% wrong, Fish, because you are right. There are certain limitations with live action, and there's only so much that CGI can use that CGI and special effects can do to save you. But again, it's not undoable. Look at Star Wars. Look at Obi-Wan versus Anakin. That is one of the greatest fight scenes in cinematic history.
Yeah, that fight is
I mean,
good.
look at Superpower Beatdown, a whole live action versus series.
Yeah.
I like to think that was a
It's
show that
not
got better and better with
undoable.
it.
Look at some of these Star Wars fan films. Look at The Apprentice. It's a Star Wars fan film about Darth Maul, and it is awesome. The choreography and the lightsaber duels are top-notch stuff. It's a million times better than anything in the sequels. It's got great music, great characters, but what I want to focus on is the fights. The fights are incredible.
Speaking of fights, we should probably
I understand where you're
move
coming
on.
from, Fish, but you're not entirely right either. Both animation and live action has its strengths and weaknesses.
It makes things look bigger than they'd actually be. You can emphasize impacts and so much more. If I were to pay one of my animators to do this fight, I'd have it go across rooftop to rooftop, crashing through office buildings, going across the city street, and so much more. But nope, because they had to do it in live action, they're stuck in a boring garage.
I'm sorry, Fish, but that is totally something you can do in live action. Are you serious, dude? Have you not seen any of the Spider-Man movies?
Yeah.
What the F? You can totally do that in live action. Yes, I'll say that Death Battle was stupid for doing the whole fight in one single area, but you could totally do that rooftop to rooftop stuff. You could totally do all that. None of what you just described is special. That could totally be done in live action. I'm sorry, Fish, but some of these points are just absolutely moot.
And some are absolutely asinine.
And again, Superpower Beatdown. Just saying.
Moving on, please.
Again, I could show him so many live action movies that just throw this point out the window. I mean, look, one final thing. I know I'm harping on this, but I just want to hammer this point home. Freddy versus Jason. Enough said.
At least with the forest in She-Ra vs. Wonder Woman, you can argue that it added a lush, colorful atmosphere. But to be fair, there are far worse episodes that committed far worse sins. But in truth, I don't need super senses to see that this battle is best left for the birds.
Oh god, that's worse.
See you in hell.
How many honorable
Pop
mentions
quiz.
are there?
What's
Jeez.
worse than a fight that is slow,
This is a
boring,
list within
and was
itself.
nothing but wasted potential? How about 2 severe downgrades from a previous, far more superior episode?
Oh, yeah.
Sick of this
People
particular
really
matchup.
hate this one.
Like, I need to say it.
I'll mostly just let him talk on this one because I don't really have much to say about this one. A lot of people really hate this one, and I get so many requests to review this episode.
Well, let me just say this one. As a guy who likes to write, his own fan-made episodes, 1 Minute Melee, if you guys manage to figure out who I am on fanfiction.net, do not ask me to write Batman Beyond versus Spider-Man 2099. Just don't.
Yep.
I won't.
I cannot tell you how many requests I get to review Batman Beyond versus Spider-Man 2099, especially like when it first came out. People were really wanting me to review it. The only reason why I didn't is because I'm not overly familiar with these characters, and I was getting burned out by all the Marvel versus DC.
I mean, I like these characters, but again, I'd much rather see them fight literally anybody else but each other.
Yep. Did
Now.
these dumb motherfuckers just waste a 3D animation on Spider-Girl versus what's her bitch? I hate you so much.
Batgirl? Yes.
I wasn't even aware of that. I was expecting it to be a garbage sprite fight. Maybe I will review
fact, this is
that one
actually
just
where they
because
tease
that
Crawley
pisses me off
versus
so
Hulk.
much.
Like, didn't they like make like thousands of different types of Spider-Man's fight against?
If there's-
Spider-Man?
If there's one thing I hate, it's when Death Battle wastes 3D fights, because 3D fights usually tend to be some of their best ones. Not all the time, but usually it's some of Death Battle's best work, and I hate it when they waste them. For example, the fact that they didn't have Naruto versus Ichigo, even though that episode would have still been garbage, even if it was 3D, but the fact that they did not have that fight 3D pisses me off so much. Especially given how many people were requesting that trash matchup. They go with Sprite. To hell with you, Death Battle.
To be fair,
Exactly.
both these
I wanted
battles
to
have
just
better
select
camera
it in
angles
3D,
in
but
comparison to the
no.
original Batman vs. Spider-Man. But that's all it really has. In Batman Beyond vs. Spider-Man 2099, none of their attacks feel like they have any weight behind them, and the fight moves so much slower, nowhere near as fast-paced as the original.
But Fish, they're flying across rooftops and through cities. Doesn't that make it amazing?
Consistency.
Thus proving
Perhaps
Mr.
being
Lang
so
will
close.
never be replaced. The only real tension that came from this fight was the fact Spider-Man won the last battle, and the interest in seeing if it would be any different. But in the end, it was obvious that Batman would win, as newer episodes love to wank DC. Batgirl vs. Spider-Gwen.
Yeah, however, it shouldn't have been obvious because everyone was betting on Spider-Man 2099, and there was a lot of debunking videos coming out. Batman Beyond should not have won that fight.
On the other hand, was...
Oh my goodness! Squidward!
How else can I describe it? It looks awful. The characters move like constipated action figures, and at moments it looks like it was animated in the same style as Red vs. Blue, the series, not the fight. They lack that much weight, and their movement is that...
Because, as I keep telling Death Battle fans, this is what happens when Death Battle doesn't take the time with the animations. You cannot rush animations. This is why I tell my animators, take all the time you need. I don't care how long it takes, just get it done and get it done right. This is what happens when you force the episodes out every 2 to 3 weeks. The animators don't have time. You need to give these fights at least a month of animation. And I think even Fish understands that because I've seen him take months just to do one fight. So even he understands that you can't rush out animation.
unnatural. As for design, Spider-Gwen looks okay, but my god, what did they do to Batgirl? She looks like a Barbie doll made of clay that's been on dopamine for a week. Why couldn't they just use Batgirl's model from Injustice? It looks way better than the one they made. But the worst part of this episode was that it was literally nothing but a female reskin of Batman vs. Spider-Man. Down to almost the exact same reasons why Spider-Man won in the first Batman vs. Spider-Man episode.
In fact, that's something I don't talk about enough during some of my Death Battle videos. I should probably talk about one of these fights, just so I can have an excuse to talk about how Death Battle likes to reskin fights. Even I admit that I haven't been taking enough notice of that.
I wouldn't be surprised if they did this fight because they knew who was going to win just by looking at it.
That's how Death Battle does it. They take two characters, they know exactly who's going to win, and then they have them fight. They don't actually want to have a debate. They just take two characters where it's obvious who's going to win. For example, Yoda versus Mickey. Spoiler alert, but unless Death Battle pulls some BS and lies, Mickey is going to decimate Yoda. I'm sorry. This is coming from a Star Wars lore master. I hate to break it to you guys, but Yoda is going to die horrifically. There's nothing Yoda can do. He's going to die.
The arts one.
Yeah, no argument.
Put this
there.
into perspective. Yoda couldn't defeat Palpatine. He failed to defeat Palpatine. And Palpatine wouldn't even be able to do anything against Mickey either. To put this into perspective, though, Mace Windu was able to defeat Palpatine. But even Mace Windu wouldn't be able to do dick. The Kingdom Hearts characters are ridiculously powerful. Even some of the weakest Kingdom Hearts characters, like Stitch, are like star level. Yoda's not going to do jack. Yoda's going to die. And unless they lowball the utter living crap out of King Mickey, game over. And they likely know that. They likely know that Yoda's going to die, but they don't care because it makes things easier for them. How else do you think they're able to shit out these fights every 2 weeks?
Ultimately, both of these fights were just underwhelming and looked worse by comparison to their predecessor. If this is what we can expect from future Batman and Spider-Man fights from here on out, no great amounts of power will make people go batshit for these again anytime soon.
I guess that's one way to do it.
Oh, this might end up being a long one.
Number 4?
Despite both being
I'm pretty sure this whole
there's nothing
arc
to
is
really
just
laugh
fine,
at
I think.
here.
Whoa.
Now,
Excuse me? Excuse me. What kind of drugs are you on? No.
I was not expecting that reaction,
I was not
Kimmy.
expecting this. Let's be honest.
Because Joker versus Sweet Tooth is very good. For what it was, I was surprised at how well Death Battle handled this. And I really liked the ending. It was actually pretty clever. And in line with the Joker character. What are you on? Honestly, Fish. Okay.
I'm sure didn't see this.
I know it's just an honorable mention, but still, Joker vs. Sweet Tooth is easily one of the better episodes of Death Battle, and this is coming from me.
to be fair, this does give us an awesome death race and gives us a lot of fun interactions between both fighters.
Shut up and bleed, you mother.
I also feel like it portrays the Joker rather accurately. However, what ultimately put this as one of the worst for me is that it's a prime example of why compositing characters is a bad idea. Now, I've used composite versions of characters before, so
then why are you complaining about something that you do? Oh my.
Hypocrisy, thy name is the fish bitch.
Okay.
Wait.
How in the hell are you going to criticize Death Battle for compositing characters when you do the same thing, and even at times I remembered you've tried to justify it? You've even tried to justify using non-canon material at times. Oh God. Yep, this is more in line with what I expect from Fish.
I am not saying avoid it altogether.
No! Always avoid composite.
Exactly. Okay, big
The only
criticism I
time
have
in
of
which composite is acceptable is if there is like one version of that character. Like, for example, like this is usually not a problem with anime characters because there's usually only two different versions, the manga version and the anime version, and the anime usually follows the manga rather closely. So you can usually get away with it with anime characters. Where it gets messy is when it comes to comic book characters and characters that have multiple different incarnations from multiple different writers. So no, compositing is not acceptable.
Can I speak up? Because there's an exception to the rule of what you just said with anime.
Okay.
And that exception is Sailor Moon. There is 4 different incarnations of the characters.
Oh, I didn't say it was true for all anime characters because speaking as a Fate fan, servants have multiple different incarnations. For example, Saber alone has 7 different forms. Saber has her Saber form, her alter form. She has 2 alter forms. She has her Lancer form. She has her Archer form. She has her alter ego form. She has her Berserker form. She has a lot of different forms. At least I lost count after like 8. So you have to pick a specific version of Saber and stick with it. The same is true for my beloved Astolfo. There are 2 different incarnations of Astolfo. Saber Astolfo and Rider Astolfo.
I'm just saying, it's best to avoid using composite characters when you can, or at least only use them when absolutely necessary. Either to make a battle more fair for both sides, or if one of the characters doesn't have enough.
What I always tell people is if you have to composite a character just to be able to make things more even, odds are it's probably a crappy matchup. It's probably unbalanced if you have to use composite.
Information to work with only one version. This is a case of using composite characters just because. I can name the 9 versions of Joker they're using against the 1 version of Sweet Tooth they have. Couldn't they at least throw in some PlayStation All-Star feats just to be fair? Not to mention...
Well, there's a problem. PlayStation All-Stars is not canon.
I feel like you shouldn't have to explain that.
I know you don't believe in not being able to use non-canon material, but they can't use PlayStation All-Stars because it's not canon.
Can I bring up a criticism?
And unless it is canon, feel free to prove me wrong if anyone has any evidence that All-Stars is canon. But as far as my knowledge, it's not canon, so they can't use it.
Can I bring up a criticism of this entire video? What? The amount of honorable mentions is beginning to get insufferable. At best, just have 1, 2, or 3. But more than that, and you're just being an absolute piss taker. That's me being blunt.
Well, here's the thing.
I think we can all agree on that.
When I made my first list of the top 10 worst death battles, you know, the bad one, I had a lot of honorable mentions, and I got a lot of crap for having too many honorable mentions. And I tried to heavily water it down in the remake because I can understand somewhat where Fish is coming from because there's a lot of terrible death battles. It would be nearly even a top 10 list would barely scratch the surface. Even I had a hard time showing restraint with the amount of honorable mentions because there's just so many. You could probably do a top 20 list of the worst death battles and not even scratch the surface.
Considering how much more devastating Sweet Tooth's arsenal is, I can literally pinpoint out many opportunities and points in the fight where Sweet Tooth would murder Joker before he could manipulate him. I don't think you need to be a doctor to know this would break every bone and liquidate every organ in Joker's body. And I know Joker is hard to kill and all.
I could be wrong, but I do believe that Joker has survived a lot of ridiculous crap that he probably shouldn't have.
Didn't like Superman once right through him once?
Well, Superman did kill him once, so that's not a good example. I could be wrong, but I believe there are some examples of Joker surviving some ridiculous stuff that he probably shouldn't have.
Yeah.
For example, you could easily apply this logic to Batman. Batman's just a normal guy for the most part, yet he regularly survives stuff that should normally kill him. So what kind of argument is this?
Chance Lex.
Yeah. Sorry, Fish, but I don't feel your arguments are as strong as this one. I get where you're coming from with the composite thing. I regularly say that Death Battle needs to stop compositing characters, but points like this are just absolutely moot. Characters like Batman regularly survive stuff that should normally kill them.
But remember, the Joker is not superhuman. He can still die just like you and me. Aside from a few good one-liners, there's just nothing sweet or laughable about this fight.
Okay, that's funny.
And with the honorable mentions out of the way, let us begin.
Well, imagine my thought. I was right.
Honestly, I was almost expecting to survive.
Honestly, I couldn't expect anything less of this fight. Not only do I think there are way better opponents...
This is an example of how to do hand-drawn animation wrong. I know I keep constantly saying that Death Battle needs to do hand-drawn animation. Okay, Death Battle. If you're watching, this isn't what I meant. You morons.
I totally forgot about this one.
I thought about reviewing this one just because the hand-drawn animation alone pissed me off. I can't remember why I never did it. I know there was a reason why I didn't review it, but I couldn't remember what it was. But yeah.
Well, for me, this fight was
like I said,
boring as
I keep
sin.
saying that Death Battle should do hand-drawn animation, but this isn't what I meant. Anyway.
For both, but if Genos, someone who by their research has no means of countering or damaging War Machine, had no hope of beating War Machine, who by their research was the exact opposite, why do this matchup? Why do this matchup when
I've told you this a lot, Fish. I always talk to you about compatibility in matchups, and you try to tell me that compatibility doesn't matter, or you'll try to say that, well, they have this power that can help. Like, I remember when we got into it about Ori versus Celebi, I said that Ori has no chance against Celebi. Celebi will absolutely obliterate Ori. Faster, stronger, and has more hack abilities. Ori has nothing. The only thing Ori had in his favor is he has this special ability where so long as this light thingy remains that he can place down, he can keep coming back from the dead. But even that, all that would do is just keep him alive. That's all it would do. While Celebi will just keep killing him over and over and over and over again. And even then, Celebi has an easy solution for that ability. Just time travel back to the beginning of the fight before he gets to that point, and then kill him instantly with the instant death move it has. Perish Song. Game over.
And didn't he try to say that Celebi cannot time travel? Once he did try to say
here's what he tried to say. He tried to say that Celebi has never used its time travel for in combat before, so therefore it would never use its time travel in combat. Which I think is a pretty dumb argument and quite an assumption on Celebi's part.
That's like,
and even then, like, going back to the beginning of the fight is something realistically Celebi would do, because Celebi is well known for, if Celebi thinks that the fight is lost, it will go back in time. If Celebi realizes that the only way it can defeat Ori is by going back in time to before it used its immortality technique, that's exactly what it'll do. Celebi is very smart. Celebi is not stupid.
Doesn't Celebi also have like some telekinesis since it's a psychic type?
Oh yeah, Celebi is very overpowered. Legendaries in general are extremely overpowered. Don't take legendaries lightly. Even legendaries like Celebi are extremely OP. But let's not get too deep into it. But I'll save that for my video I plan on making called a Terrible Death Battle Idea, Celebi versus Ori, because people think it's a good matchup, but it's not. And as you can imagine, the only reason they think it's a good matchup is because they're, quote, guardians of the forest. I shit you not. But yeah. What a shock. It's almost as if I've been saying that matchups where compatibility is ignored suck. I keep telling people that nobody likes curb stomp matchups, but some people just don't listen to me, or they'll try to defend them.
And the winner was so glaringly obvious. And I know my show isn't free of this either, but at least I try to find combatants who have an edge over their opponent.
To quote a wise Jedi, do or do not. There is no try.
In some way, or at least can put up a decent fight regardless of the circumstances. There was no hope of Genos winning this one, and I know people will say Genos is no weakling. I mean, he can hold his own. I'm sorry, but to me, Genos' main gimmick is that he's the anti-Saitama, where his master is this average-looking dude who stands at a lower rank than him that can fight gods and monsters without much hassle, while Genos is a very intimidating higher-ranked hero who's always getting his ass kicked just to make the One Punch Man more impressive by...
Well, that's because Genos, for many people that are familiar with One Punch Man, is a parody character. Genos is meant to be a mockery of this type of character archetype. That's all he is. That's why putting parody characters against non-parody characters is stupid. Genos' whole thing is he's supposed to get his ass kicked. He's supposed to be weak and inferior to people like Saitama and other powerful beings like Tatsumaki.
Comparison. So really, why pit him against someone who is the exact opposite? Also, Danny Phantom versus Jake Long should have been the fight that got the 2D treatment, not this. It does not capture the dynamic...
I can agree with that. They should have done Danny Phantom versus American Jake Long 2D.
Yeah,
Like
actually
this is
works
the
kinda
problem.
cool.
When Death Battle does do 2D, they don't use it effectively. And this is meant to be more of a criticism of Death Battle rather than Fish, but I will criticize him where I can. But yeah, this is something that frustrates me. When Death Battle finally starts doing 2D animation, they always waste it. They need 2D animation for things like cartoon fights, like Danny Phantom versus American Jake Long, or anime fights. But they never freaking use it. Or when they do use it, like, for example, Lucy versus Carnage, they would use hand-drawn animation for 2 seconds. It's infuriating. Or when they used hand-drawn animation for 2 seconds with Naruto versus Ichigo, it's immensely frustrating. Just use 2D animation, you freaking hacks. I swear if I ever get myself on the Death Battle podcast, it's going to be a bloodbath because they're going to have no chance against me.
Animation of One Punch Man, nor does it capture the simplicity of most Marvel cartoons nowadays. But the worst part was the fact this battle was just boring. I already knew who was going to win when it was announced just by the matchup itself. All of the hits both characters dealt had...
Sadly, I have to be able to say this. I can say the same thing about a lot of your matchups, Fish. I can predict a lot of who's going to win just by looking at it. And you often try to disagree with me. And I get that. And you're free to disagree with me. If you think that your matchups are an exception from Death Battles, I welcome it because I want to see other versus shows that don't make the same mistakes that Death Battle do. But sadly, I can say the same for a lot of your matchups. There's so many matchups where all I got to do is look at it and say this character's screwed. For example, your big one that you've been talking about for a long time, Team Ruby versus the 2000 versions of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, which are one of the most powerful incarnation of the Turtles. Team Ruby has no chance. Even just by giving the Turtles their basic gear, which is heavily lowballing them, the Turtles still decimate them. Team Ruby has no chance against the Turtles. I know you feel you have this grand vision of this epic battle for Team Ruby versus the Turtles, but the reality is, just because it looks good in your head doesn't mean it's going to be executed very well. And in practice, Team Ruby versus the Turtles is absolutely disastrous.
Yeah, Ruby isn't really that powerful universe.
It's not. And what's sad is in order for him to find a feat to make the Ruby characters even close to the Turtles is he had to pull this meteor feat from the manga that, shock of all shock, the manga isn't canon.
Oof.
So little weight behind them, I could have sworn they were pillow boxing, and the whole fight just moved slower than it honestly should have.
I say, if you give me that dirty look again, I'll be forced to get in my nightgown and have a pillow fight with you.
But to be fair, it is nowhere near the worst episode. Not even close. But I know one thing, I don't need super technology or cyborg game plans to know that this fight should be left in the scrapyard.
Sorry it has to be this way.
Cringe.
Well, a lot of people probably expected this to be somewhere on the list, but probably not this soon.
Oh yeah, this one, admittedly, I don't talk about this death battle as much as I should, and I genuinely feel bad about it. Luigi versus Tails is an abomination, and I'm so upset that I didn't mention it in my top 10 list of the worst death battles, at the very least in the honorable mentions, and I didn't mention it in the top 10 in the community of Let's Fight of the worst death battles, because someone did mention Luigi versus Tails, but I didn't include it, and I feel bad about it because it probably gives people the impression that this fight isn't as bad as it actually is.
It's pretty horrible. It's pretty horrible.
So, I promise, guys, There will be a review of Luigi versus Tails at some point. It's one of the retro reviews I plan on looking at. Like when I looked at Kratos versus Spawn, which was a heavily requested one, and Terminator versus RoboCop, which was also a heavily requested one. But yeah, this dog shit. Might even be worse than Mario versus Sonic, and that's saying something.
Now, this was an obvious fight that was going to happen sooner or later. It made sense. We had Mario and Sonic fight, now it's time for their sidekicks to...
Actually, it doesn't make sense because the whole logic is, let's have the sidekicks fight. Okay, that's lame. Got anything else? Also, this joke is probably going to be really edgy, but I don't care. Luigi is going to end up on a registry because Luigi is going to fuck this 8-year-old boy. It's true. Luigi would absolutely rape Tails. What the fuck is Tails going to do to Luigi? Without his technology, Tails is pretty much useless.
I got a question, Kimmy.
What?
Would Luigi put a bit of lipstick on Tails before absolutely fucking him over?
Maybe. well, we already know that Sonic be putting him in those schoolgirl uniforms that Amy tries to use to give him a boner.
Oh god, I fucking hate the internet sometimes.
Wait, is that actually a thing?
People come to my channel for the crapping on Death Battle and the edgy jokes. But yeah, Death Battle, why are you trying to make Luigi into a sex offender? Because Luigi's just gonna fuck Tails hardcore.
Hey, Kimmy, at the very least, he should have got some lingerie before the fucking began. I mean, come on.
Take him out for dinner first.
Classy.
To duke it out. But my main issue stems from one a lot of other people have with this episode. Tails basically won by doing nothing. No, literally, despite Luigi having quote-unquote more combat experience, everything he did in this entire fight kept backfiring.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm sure that Death Battle thought this was a funny idea in their head, but in execution, it makes Luigi look dumber than he actually is. Yes, Luigi is clumsy. He's not retarded, though.
Right, yeah, he's not dumb.
Yeah, Luigi is very smart, and he can be a good fighter when he needs to be. Luigi is not retarded. He's just as skilled of a fighter as his brother. Yeah, after all, he's one of the Star Children, after all. The Star Children are not to be trifled with. The Star Children, if you know your Mario lore, are very powerful. Yes, Luigi is a bit clumsy, but that doesn't mean jack. You know who else is a bit clumsy? Astolfo. But guess what? Astolfo could still whoop your ass if he needs to.
I feel like this whole situation I hate to use Sailor Moon because I know you hate it, Kimmy, but
I don't hate it. I just kind of roll my eyes at Sailor Moon because I hate it when Sailor Moon fans try to pretend that Sailor Moon is something that is trying to say that it's something that it's not when you actually look at it. Like I always say, like Sailor Moon, you could try to say it's not this perverted dark show. But if you actually take a look at some of the concepts behind Sailor Moon, it is very dark and can come off as uncomfortable at times.
To be fair, that's kind of why I like Sailor Moon. I like the darkness.
I know. I just hate it when the fans try to pretend that it's this beautiful, elegant show and that the little transformation sequences are not sexual because these people will contradict themselves. Not to go on too much of a tangent, but
yeah,
Sailor Moon fans will say that the transformation sequences are not sexual, but then if you mention another magical girl anime, like say Moetan, which is a lesser known magical girl anime. So in Moetan, you have this 17-year-old girl that has dwarfism, so as a result, she looks younger than she actually is. Anyone who's seen the horror movie Orphan, you know exactly what I'm talking about. She has dwarfism, so she looks younger than she actually is. And she ends up becoming a magical girl. And she also has a transformation sequence. And people say that Moetan is an effed up anime simply because the main character looks like a lolly due to her dwarfism. So,
yeah,
I
it
thought
is
those
stupid.
transformation sequences weren't sexual, though, Sailor Moon fans. So, are they sexual or are they not sexual?
To me, I'm kind of indifferent on the transformation sequences. But here's the comparison I was going to make. Minako Ino is clumsy but not retarded, whereas Usagi is full-on Goku retarded. Anyway, let's continue on with the show.
That Astolfo is powerful. Okay. How about the fact that Astolfo took down an army of 1,000 men single-handedly after getting impaled by 4 spears?
Damn. Did that really happen?
Yes, that is an actual feat. There is a feat where Charlemagne, while Charlemagne is at a feast, he tells a story about the time that Astolfo got, and this was when Astolfo was alive, by the way. This was before he even became a servant. Astolfo got impaled by 4 spears, got up, and then took down an army of 1,000 men single-handedly.
Damn. It's impressive.
Yeah. He like I once made this joke. Guts, I'm the most badass character in history. I took down an army of 100 men with an arrow through my hand. Astolfo, hold my beer. I took down an army of 1,000 men single-handedly while after being impaled by 4 spears.
Anyway, let's continue on.
100% of the time. Even the weapons and powers he has that should let him land at least a few good hits in, Tails somehow still gets away scot-free while Luigi is left being treated like a punching bag. And I know this may seem like me griping, especially since Tails is undoubtedly faster.
Did he say griping? I'm pretty sure the word he was looking for was griping. I hate to be that guy, but I swear he just said griping.
Yeah, I think he did.
Yeah, I think he did.
I think he did. And judging where we've been going with the dark jokes, I'm pretty sure Luigi's going to be graping somewhere he shouldn't.
He could reasonably avoid most of these attacks. But here's the thing. In both Mario vs. Sonic fights, both fighters still got an equal amount of hits in. This whole battle just seemed to unfairly lean in Tails' favor all the way. If anyone's ever seen Luigi wins by doing nothing versus Tails can't die, just flip the roles of each character around and you've got...
That's actually a pretty clever idea, I won't lie. I wish more people did stuff like that to mock Death Battle. Like, one thing I thought about doing was making Naruto versus Ichigo on Blood Royale, except it's going to be a joke except it's going to be a joke Blood Royale where it's what would actually happen if Naruto fought Ichigo. Because if Naruto actually fought Ichigo, Ichigo would make Naruto his bitch.
That would actually make for a good April Fool's episode.
Yeah, and it's something I'll consider because, yeah, Ichigo would absolutely make Naruto his bitch.
Question is he going to make Naruto do the that jutsu that turns himself into a girl first?
Because I'll just be real quick. Ichigo is planet level, and that is objectively prove. Like, sorry, anti-Bleach people, Ichigo is objectively planet level. And this was before he even got his true power. He's potentially even stronger than that. But at the very lowest, he is planet level, and he is easily, casually, massively faster than light. He was going up against characters that were hundreds of times the speed of light before he even got his true Bankai. You actually think that Naruto would be able to do anything against Ichigo? Ichigo would literally run circles around Naruto until he inevitably runs out of chakra. Yes, Naruto has a lot of chakra, but he'd be wasting so much of it just trying to hit Ichigo.
This death battle in a complete nutshell. Anything Luigi did does nothing but hurt himself, while nearly everything Tails did greatly hurt Luigi. I know some people didn't like it as many saw it as a curb stomp, but at least both Kara and SCP-682 actually got some legitimately good hits on each other.
Oh, so you admit that 682 versus Kara is a curb stomp matchup.
Mhm.
Also, realistically, what would happen is if you actually did this fight, Kara would just keep dying over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. Kara would never be able to get a hit in on 682. I've proven this on countless occasions.
Other instead of just 682 wailing on Kara 100% of the time. In short,
But
if you want
Fish, I need you to understand something. That is realistically what would happen. You want to talk about realism. Okay, realistically, Kara would do nothing to 682. Kara probably wouldn't even be able to injure 682. Kara's main weapon is a kitchen knife, for God's sake. What the hell is that going to do to 682?
Probably break against the skin.
At what?
It's
At
Like,
best,
it's more than
I'm
it's
Fish.
gonna just shatter like glass.
Fish, how can you say these things? How can you simultaneously say that Tails versus Luigi is unrealistic, but then say that Kara, well, at least Kara got some hits in? Realistically, that wouldn't happen, though.
to see an unintentional spite match, this is the battle for you. Otherwise, it was a real kick in the side. Also, Mario Bros. 2 is not canon.
Oh, that's rich seeing you talk about non-canon material when you tried to use a non-canon feat to say that Ruby characters are planet level.
Originally, I was planning on putting Scrooge McDuck versus Shovel Knight on here, mostly on the basis that it was a battle that I highly doubt a lot of people wanted to see. Tell me.
Yeah. Nobody was asking for this. Nobody wanted Scrooge McDuck versus Shovel Knight.
Yeah.
I could maybe find
what was
one
the point of this
person
fight?
that wanted it.
If any of you want to see these two fight each other over Mr. Krabs or Shantae. But in all honesty...
Well, first off, Mr. Krabs versus Shantae wouldn't make that much sense either. But whatever.
It isn't the worst perpetrator of this. In truth, I think number 8 is so guilty of this and does it so shamelessly, it might as well be like the venom that's in it.
One thing that I remember stood out to me about this fight was they randomly use music from Death Note for some reason.
Which makes no fucking sense because, I mean, do you see a Shinigami in this animation, Kimmy? Because I sure shit don't.
It's like that time they randomly used music for Sword Art Online in Deadpool versus Deathstroke, and it made even less sense there.
Despite people saying otherwise, this is a battle I've seen no one request in my time of watching the show. Truly a battle nobody wanted or asked for. And their reasons for having these two fight are so tenuous at best, you can honestly argue for even dumber matches.
That's
Their
rich
reason
coming from
is
someone
both are characters
who had
whose
a
lives were
fucking
greatly
Undertale
and
character
negatively influenced by
fight
some
a
positive
FTP.
outside force in some way, and they both want it destroyed. Well, by that logic, why not have Venom fight the Grinch? After all, both of their lives were incredibly miserable due to some positive outside force, and both want to destroy those sources as well. Now, if my reasoning for Venom versus the Grinch sounds awful and tenuous at best, then you've got enough smarts to also see the same goes for Venom versus Bane. Both had far, far better opponents, and I've yet to meet someone who actually says they'd like to see these two fight in a researched battle. Or at least one done by death battle. But the two problems that put this on the list were two glaring ones. The first is that Bane had absolutely no hope or way of killing Venom. I'm sorry, but like I asked with Genos vs. War Machine, why would you put someone with no means of defeating their opponent against someone who had every means to defeat the former?
This is something I've been saying for a long time. I ask every Versus show this. I remember Not Death Battle had Saber fight Urza, even though they knew Urza had no chance against Saber. And in order to have Saber lose in their dumb rematch they had to lowball Saber so hard and highball the utter living shit out of Urza. It was so embarrassing to watch.
Oh yeah, also Not Death Battle also did Yang versus Lucy too, which was just horrible.
If it's Lucy from Elfen Light, I'm probably gonna have a fucking panic attack.
Yeah,
it's not Lucy, it's Tifa.
Actually, this was actually Lucy. It was not Death Battle.
Oh, different versus show.
Yeah, there's actually a Versus show out there that call themselves Not Death Battle. Their whole gimmick is that they pretend to be Death Battle, but they're supposed to be a parody of Death Battle, except they just copy exactly what Death Battle is. They even have a shitty boomstick impersonator. But yeah, Yang versus Lucy. What fucking sense does that make? Also, Lucy absolutely rapes Yang.
Oh,
yeah, I'm sick of people mixing shit with gold. If you're going to use Lucy, you put respect on her name. Lucy is one of the most iconic and loved anime heroines of all time. You don't disrespect her by putting her in the presence of dog shit like Yang.
Oh boy, you're definitely gonna have a field day with Rain.
I got a question, Kimimorra, and I just can't resist this. Would Lucy put Yang in a pretty little dress before things went to the...
No, she wouldn't. Lucy would just decapitate her and call it a day. Yang wouldn't even be worth her time.
I was going to go with a dark joke, but
I went out where Lucy walks past a random girl and then just kills her. That's exactly what it'd be. She'd walk past Yang, kill her for no adequately explained reason, and then move on. There wouldn't even be a fight. Lucy wouldn't even register Yang as a threat.
Yeah, I was gonna do a dark joke, but clearly went out the window.
Personally, I actually watched it and it was not good.
I feel like that should be a story. Lucy kills the Ruby universe.
Yep, she completely.
Lucy absolutely murders them.
Right.
Lucy is arguably planet level. I say she's arguably planet level because she's stated multiple times throughout the manga to be able to destroy the entire planet. We just don't ever see her destroy it. There is this whole thing I read up on while doing research on this. Her vectors stopped the Earth's rotation, and I did a little bit of research, and I found out that in order to stop the Earth's rotation, it would require enough joules of force that would be the equivalent of planetary destruction. The only problem is we don't physically see this feat happen, which makes things difficult because a lot of people will say if you can't see the feat, then it's a problem. Now, that doesn't mean that she doesn't have this power necessarily. It just makes things a little bit more tricky because, again, it is stated many times throughout the manga that Lucy can destroy the entire planet.
Can I mean,
all Bane had was fist.
Just because you can't see it, that doesn't mean it's not there, right?
Yeah, like, to put it simply, I remember there are these people that try to say that Cell isn't solar system level because we don't see him destroy the solar system, even though it is stated by Cell he has the power to destroy the solar system, and in the data book it does say Cell was going to destroy the entire solar system.
Can I bring something up about Lucy? Earlier you said planetary feats aren't shit, and yet you said that Lucy is planetary level.
Yeah, because compared to a universe like Ruby, yeah, putting a Ruby character up against a character that is at least planet level, yeah, she would slaughter them all. We're talking about Lucy in the context of a universe like Ruby. Yeah, under normal circumstances, planetary feats aren't shit. Put Lucy in the Dragon Ball or Bleach universe and see what happens.
Yeah, I mean that's what Kimi said, that in Dragon Ball, planet level is not impressive.
Yeah, you have to put it into perspective, though. We were talking about Lucy in the context of fighting the Ruby universe, where some of their best feats. I've done research. So, one of Ruby's best feat was destroying a roof, not a building, a fucking roof. She is literally less than building level.
Which is completely
Lucy can casually destroy entire buildings and cities.
She can blow up an island too.
Yeah.
And guns, Venom could literally counter or match any of that. But what truly made this worthy of the list was the fact you could barely see what's going on. I found myself actually having to skip back almost every second just to try and see what was going on. If you couldn't tell, they went with Venom's comic book color palette for this fight, and it really didn't do them any favors. They blend into the background far too well that it almost looks like Bane is fighting a shadow at times. Whoa. It was that hard to see him.
Epic fail.
And that's disregarding how the camera movement makes it even more difficult to follow. Was it really that difficult to just use the Marvel vs. Capcom palette? Would people really get that angry? I think people care more about, I don't know, seeing the characters in question over how accurate the color palette is. At least with Venom vs. Krona, not only did both have ways to keep up with and counter the other, but you could actually...
Krona decimates Venom. This is not even a fight. Not even a contest. Krona is extremely OP. This is why I hate it when people try to say things like do Krona versus Astolfo, because Krona has all manner of unfair advantages. She has some unfairly broken hack abilities.
And then also people want her to fight against... And then also people want her to fight against the girl from Kill la Kill too.
The girl from Kill la Kill is not much better because the only reason they say the girl from Kill la Kill versus Venom is because they both fight with sentient suits, which is stupid. It's the equivalent of saying have Iron Man fight one of the Gundams because they both fight in robotic suits. Even though Iron Man would absolutely bitch slap the Gundams.
What was going on. In the end, this was just a pointless battle nobody wanted to see, nor could. That was just one massive curb stomp from its very conception. And from what I hear, the version on Rooster Teeth is somehow even worse. I can't even begin to tell you how many shots of anti-venom I'll need after watching this.
Up goes the weasel!
Get the hate mail ready, because I know a lot of you are just going to say, I have this here on the list because they did it better.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
only do I think that
a little thing about Fish, and this goes back to the moment we first spoke. We had so many debates about Thanos versus Darkseid. He actually thinks that Thanos should have defeated Darkseid.
What?
But no, even people like Seth the Programmer, Clyde the Weeaboo, Sir Splash, they say that while they did get the analysis wrong, Thanos would still lose. And I'm sorry, but no offense to you, Fish, they did do it better. Your version was crap. I'm sorry. Just like your version of Hulk versus Doomsday was crap. I'm sorry. I know you're gonna get upset at me for that, but it's true. There's nothing wrong with Thanos versus Darkseid for the most part. Yeah, there are a couple. The analysis is questionable, and you can nitpick a couple things in the fight. But for the most part, it's a pretty solid fight. And I'm sorry, but you know what? I'll just let him justify it. The thing is, I already know what he's going to say because I've debated him on this so many times.
this should have been a battle that happened from the get-go 10 years ago, but I also feel like it's honestly one of the most disappointing. The whole battle felt slow, and more importantly, it felt underwhelming, as I feel like a lot of potential was wasted. These are two titans who can do pretty much anything. Why not go all Inception with it? I also really don't think the music used fits the battle of this.
I'm the king.
Yeah, admittedly, that was my criticism back when for those of you who remember back when I reviewed this, though I was pretty I did praise a lot about this fight, but one thing I didn't like, which is the only reason why it got a 9 out of 10, was I hated the soundtrack. The soundtrack made no logical sense. In fact, one thing I thought about doing was taking shitty death battles that have inappropriate music and replacing it with music that makes more sense.
I think that would actually be pretty cool.
Yeah, I might do that. The only thing that holds me back from doing it is Rooster Teeth likes to claim me a lot. But you want to know, here, let's take a little bit of a break. Here is the music I would have used if I was going to do this fight. I would have used this song. Give me a minute. Oops. I want to pause it. Let me see.
Speaking of better songs for the track, for Beerus vs. Galaxia, I would have at least used Beerus a part of the fight that uses Beerus' theme from Dragon Ball Fighter Z because of how epic and orchestral it is.
Mm-hmm. Hopefully this won't get me copyright claimed for doing this, but this is what I would have used. All right, let me get this synced up right here. And again, please don't copyright claim me for this. Please don't copyright claim me for this. I hate it when I get copyright claimed. Anyway.
The worst part is, we've been at this for 2 hours now. Copyright claim would just throw everything we did in the fucking bin.
Yep. This is what I would have used if I did this fight.
Okay. Absolutely.
What?
Perfection.
Oh, man. Now that...
This is what I would have used.
There. Now this is definitely what you give to Thanos versus Darkseid.
This is what I would expect from a fight between Thanos versus Darkseid. It's perfect.
Yes.
Alright, let's cut the music here before we get copyright struck by the corporate dickheads.
Yeah.
Kimmy, please turn off the music before we get copyright stricken.
Yeah, we
perhaps
can let this linger.
Yeah, if there's one thing I know, it's music. And when Blood Royale comes out, you guys are going to be in for a treat when it comes to the music.
I hope so. Again, speaking of music...
You even have this version right here. You could have easily used this version. This would have been so much better.
Well, to be fair, it's their own fault for wanking Brandon Yates for everything.
Yep. Yeah, it's just, I mean, I'm sure you guys get the picture, but yeah, it's just, I don't know what the death battle was thinking. I know they have their own music guy. I get that. I know using music like this gets you a risk of copyright claim, but sometimes it's worth it in the end.
You know,
All right,
I don't know if this is really worth pointing out, but the guy, Brandon Yates, he does commissions. I see, apparently. Yeah. Apparently he creates a lot of music for...
Random...
What was that one guy's name? You showed him in your last video. He's the one who took down all the criticisms for his Death Battle trailers.
Oh, yeah. Jack. He calls himself Jack of all trades.
Yeah, him.
Oh, pretentious, calling yourself Jack of all trades.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Well, I mean, my name is not better.
Used fits the battle of this.
I'm the king. I'm the king.
I mean, what I will say is, if it wasn't for the cringy rap music, I wouldn't have minded the song too much because the melody actually isn't too bad. It's just the cringy rap that makes no sense.
You didn't?
I'm sorry, but when I think of two nigh
The way you
omnipotent
did the whole
immortals
rap,
with the power
he
to
goes by the
destroy
name of
everything,
Megasparks.
I don't
He
think a
worked on a
slow
Killer
rap song
Instinct.
is what I'd use. And I didn't! Plus, they also left out a lot of information regarding Thanos, and there were a lot of inconsistencies with the research itself. If Darkseid's true form died from Superman whistling, wouldn't a gauntlet of infinite power destroy Darkseid's true form much more easily? And yes, I know he exists outside of reality, but Thanos stated he knows the true nature of the stones. So wouldn't he already know what Darkseid is trying to do when he was goading him into his realm and refuse? Heck, Thanos once one-shot Eternity, the very embodiment of the Marvel multiverse who is also an outerversal character like Darkseid, and took his place as all of existence because of it. I'm sorry, but I think Thanos has a lot of methods to actually keep up with Darkseid. Defeat him? Not so sure, but at least they wouldn't be downplaying the absurd power of the Infinity Gauntlet.
Well, here's the thing. Death Battle wasn't trying to downplay the Infinity Gauntlet. I admit that Death Battle, given what the Infinity Gauntlet is capable of, they could have done so much more. I can concede that. For example, the Reality Stone alone provides near limitless possibilities with what Thanos could do. However, though, the point is the Infinity Gauntlet does not work outside of its own universe. This was well established by Mr. Fantastic, one of the smartest characters in all of Marvel. Took 3 different Infinity Gauntlets from 3 different universes, and the ones outside of the Marvel universe, they did not work.
Kimi, I hate to say it, but I think I may have to leave the stream.
Well, if you have to go, you have to go. I was expecting that, given that there was always the odds you might not have been here for the full stream.
Yeah,
That's why I just stay for as long as you could. Like, I suspected that this may have potentially been a long one because it is Death Battle after all.
I'm really sorry. I was really hoping I'd stay a bit longer, but you know, I got some things.
Well, if we're still doing the stream when you come back, I'll gladly invite you back, as you do have the link to come back.
Well, hopefully I can. But for now, later.
Mm-hmm.
And if I don't come back, you know, thanks for inviting me.
It was great to have you on. By the way, Kimmy, did you hear what I said earlier about who did the rapping?
Yeah.
You did. Good.
I'm dead? How am I dead? Well, we might have a replacement on the way.
Okay.
Hopefully, I'm gonna give this dude a chance to prove himself as a versus debater, because this particular individual, at some point, I'm gonna make a tier ranker video of the best and worst versus debaters, and this guy is going to be on there because even though you've probably never heard of him, he does have a bit of a reputation in the community itself, and I want to give him a chance to prove himself, so that way he isn't considered low-hanging fruit, which is exactly what the versus community thinks about him. And this isn't like my analysis per se. This is how the versus community feels about him, because I met this dude on Set the Programmer's stream, and they did not like this guy at all.
Alright. I don't mind this replacement guest coming on.
Yep.
Going back onto the current death battle we're covering, Darkseid versus Thanos was... okay, it had good bits and bad bits. Unlike you, I actually like I forgot what the song is called, but is actually I don't mind the rap. Like, don't get me wrong, if done right, rap can be great. But
I would say there is no such thing as good rap. Rap is music is like a bowl of candy. You got to throw out all the rappers because they're worthless and offer nothing.
I really don't really like rap music either. I don't really
Rap music is the only thing that's worse than rap music is country music. Seriously, if country music was erased from existence, nobody would care.
Fair enough.
Oh, I know what the song is called because, believe it or not, I actually used this song for one of my AMVs, believe it or not. I even got shit for it.
Going back onto the Fishes video, I've already spotted a few criticisms I could make. 1, too many honorable mentions, and Jesus Christ, they lasted forever. Second thing was one spotted by you. The guy is inconsistent as fucking sin.
Yeah, it's funny how he wants to, like, that's the thing I find interesting about Fish. Almost anything you can criticize Death Battle for, you could give to him. He is incredibly inconsistent. I have pointed out his inconsistencies, and when he is consistent, he's consistently terrible.
You could say he's the quote from Gordon Ramsay, you have the consistency of pigeon shit.
Yep. But let's continue. We may have a fourth guy joining us. We may not.
All right.
But let us.
In short, this battle had infinite possibilities, but it feels like they didn't even want to try to go for any of them. If I had the power to manipulate...
Yeah, it does have infinite possibilities, but what can they really do about it? You know? Like...
And another
like,
thing.
there's only so much... Like I said, infinite. Here's the thing: I could make this exact same argument for Sosuke Aizen. Sosuke Aizen's ability is absolute hypnosis. He can make the person see anything. He can essentially make anything possible with his hypnosis, and it will feel real to his opponent. So, with that being said. What would you expect to do? There's only so much you can do. Yes, you can write out all kinds of crazy ideas, but there's only so much you can do, especially in regards to the animation. You have to take into account, do they have the ability to animate some of the stuff you think that they should animate? You know?
Kimmy, I don't mean to interrupt, but your guest has arrived.
Introduce
yourself.
What's up?
My fans are
call
already
me
aware
Mark's
who this
Jester.
guy is. He's appeared on here before.
Yeah. I was Infinite.
Nice to meet you,
Infinite. He goes by a lot of different names.
Yeah, it depends on what platform I'm on.
Yeah. Same here.
I know him by his real name, similar to Fish over here, but also similar to Fish, he doesn't like people calling him by his real name, even though all you have to do is go onto his Facebook to find his real name.
As for me, I just go by the common moniker of Cube.
Distance itself.
Right.
This
right
episode
now,
would be
Thanos
the context here, real
Darkseid.
quick, although I'm sure you already know the context you've been watching the stream. Right now, we're just talking about Thanos versus Darkseid. Again, another questionable choice because, again, so far he's gone after 2 death battles that I would personally consider to be pretty solid. Now, I'm not saying I necessarily disagree with some of his criticisms, but some of them are also questionable.
gone in a snap.
Behold, in endless
Okay.
day.
You want my opinion about Thanos versus Darkseid?
Sure.
Try to
Okay.
make it quick, though.
I believe Thanos has a better chance against Darkseid than you think. The Gauntlet was able to take care of
Well, nobody's saying he
Galactus.
doesn't have a chance. It's just the problem is, if he remains in the Marvel Universe, yeah, Thanos can match Darkseid at any point. But the problem is, in order to get to Darkseid's true form, he has to leave the Marvel Universe, because obviously Darkseid doesn't exist within the Marvel Universe, obviously.
I got a question, Kimmy.
What?
Using the Reality Stone, would it be possible to force Darkseid's true form out of the DC universe and into the Marvel one?
Nope.
Well,
It
there
cannot
goes
work
that
outside
idea.
the current universe. Plus, he would have to figure out that that's even where Darkseid even is.
Well, could he also just use the Reality Stone and make it so nothing can enter the entire dimension, since it's pretty much making it so putting up a massive barrier around the current dimension?
Potentially, but even then, that's not necessarily a victory.
I mean, I guess. I mean, I think it could work if you erase Darkseid's form and then just make it put up some kind of barrier to make it so that True Form can't send any copies of the avatar Darkseid used. But even then, it's probably pretty fucking impossible to do.
I mean,
Well, here's
Darkseid
the thing, though.
is
The
at least
Infinity
a fifth-dimensional threat. That's at the very lowest. He's likely much stronger.
Well, here's the thing, though. The Infinity Gauntlet, using only 5 of the 6 Infinity Stones, was able to overpower the Ultimate Nullifier, which is capable of destroying Eternity. So,
And Galactus as well.
yeah, Galactus and the Celestials even defeated Eternity and became him once. It's the Gauntlet.
Fish did mention that. And here's the thing. Nobody, not even Death Battle's saying that the Infinity Gauntlet is weak. They're not lowballing the Infinity Gauntlet by any stretch of the imagination. They even said, so long as Thanos can use the power of the Infinity Gauntlet, he can defeat and match Darkseid. But the thing is, Darkseid is naturally as powerful as he is. Thanos needs the Infinity Gauntlet to be that strong.
That's kind of a terrible argument. That's
How
like
so?
saying Gilgamesh needs his, what do they call it?
Well, this is already a dog shit
Phantasm?
analogy, because Gilgamesh does need his Gate of Babylon to be as strong as he is.
See?
Because what you need to understand is Thanos without the Infinity Gauntlet is like a universal threat. Sure, being a universal threat is not anything to scoff at. But remember, Darkseid is casually a fifth-dimensional threat. At the very least, that's casually multiversal. Maybe not high complex multiversal, but he is at the very least multiversal.
Well, then where do you put Eternity?
And that's just with his natural strength alone.
Where do you put Eternity?
Because from what I understand, unless I'm wrong, Thanos needed the Infinity Gauntlet to take down Eternity. So that kind of just proves my point.
Meanwhile,
gain limitless power, he needed the Infinity Gauntlet just to do that. Because now I'm not necessarily saying that Darkseid has limitless power. I'm just saying that in order for Thanos to gain limitless power, he needed the Infinity Gauntlet. Naturally, he's only like universal, maybe slightly higher, who knows. And again, I'm not saying that being universal is weak by any stretch of the imagination. It's not. Thanos, without the Infinity Gauntlet, could casually throw down with people like Goku and Beerus. However, even with that being said, in order to gain limitless power, he needed the Infinity Gauntlet. And the problem is, naturally, without the Infinity Gauntlet, Thanos' strength wouldn't be enough to defeat Darkseid.
And
the problem is, the Infinity Gauntlet doesn't work outside of its own universe. Mr. Fantastic proved this, and like I said earlier, he's one of the smartest guys in all of Marvel.
However, when Magus had the Infinity Gauntlet that was incomplete, it only had 5 of the 6 stones, he was capable of merging 2 universes together. So, I bet you can guess where I'm going with this.
Okay, but you have to actually be able to prove that he could merge the DC and the Marvel universe together. Because that would be like, because here's the thing, that would be like, that would essentially be fusing multiverses together. Because we could argue that there is no DC or Marvel universe. It's the DC and Marvel multiverse, in the same way that I described the Final Fantasy multiverse as just that, the Final Fantasy multiverse, because the Kingdom Hearts universe exists within the Final Fantasy multiverse. And the Final Fantasy multiverse is broken up into all kinds of different timelines, alternate realities, universes, etc.
Well, technically, the Marvel and DC universes have referenced each other before.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. I'm not saying it's not. I'm not saying it's necessarily impossible. It's just you have to be able to prove that that's possible through something within the lore. Because though the Marvel and DC universe have done crossovers, they're usually non-canon, and there's usually a lot of like special circumstances for those two universes to even be able to interact with one another.
There was that time where they straight up referred to a green giant that's stronger than Doomsday.
Like I said, I'm not saying that some of this is necessarily impossible. All I'm necessarily saying is I just need some kind of proof that it's possible, because that is something a lot of Marvel fans have asked. Couldn't Thanos just merge the DC universe with the Marvel universe?
No, I'm asking
if... But even then, that's a stretch. And even then, Thanos would have to think to do that.
It's nice having this debate and all, but we got other things we need to cover on the video. No offense.
Let's just move.
I am willing to bet a lot of you guys were probably expecting Goku vs. Superman 2 to appear somewhere on this list.
Oh boy, that fight was
I'm sorry to
fast.
disappoint, but it won't. My reasoning is because it only has one issue. Them using 2 new Super Saiyan forms before we knew anything about them.
Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me?
One problem? Dude, what are you on? You cannot be
literally
serious.
called Superman Limitless. What the hell?
Did you not see my epic fail compilation? Did you not fucking see it? There are so many problems. People have made entire videos about everything wrong with Goku versus Superman. There are so many problems. The analysis is not consistent. You know, they said that Super Saiyan 1 Goku had the same speed as Super Saiyan 3 Goku, even though Super Saiyan 3 Goku gives him a fucking boost in speed. So why would his speed be the same? Also, they called Superman Limitless. There's so many problems with it.
Jeez. The best way to describe Goku vs. Superman, it's got 99 problems, and Fish only covered 1.
I'm sorry. I hate to do this. This may be a dick move, but Fish, you just really decimate your credibility. I am not even going to let you even try to defend this one.
My God, and I thought my arguments were bad.
I think I got an answer as to what he was probably on at the time. Probably seaweed. Okay, I'll see myself out. That was a really shitty pun.
From the canon one, as it's a parody of the character.
I am the Super Saiyan Son Goku! And I am a Super Saiyan!
And those who haven't seen Dragon Ball Z Abridged would just be confused as to why he sounds like this. I know this battle was one of the biggest fights they've done, and it was a huge event back in the day. But oh boy! By today's standards, this battle is anything but super.
You're insane!
Pitiful.
Death Battle literally turned Superman into a super suit. And he says
though I do enjoy the show, as I've made it very clear, I can admit when they make mistakes.
Yeah, and I will never understand why you like Ruby Fish. I know one of the reasons you give is because sometimes you just like mindless, stupid entertainment. Okay, fair enough. I'm not going to act like I'm innocent from this. As I have mentioned on countless occasions, I proudly own all the Resident Evil movies, and I love them. I regret nothing of buying them, and I love the Resident Evil movies. Though I'm aware that they're garbage, make no mistake about it. I'm aware that the Resident Evil movies are hot garbage, but I love them. I find them entertaining, and I get a lot of fun from them. However, though, in the case of people who enjoy RWBY, I genuinely don't understand what they see in it. RWBY looks like a show that hasn't even been finished, written by people that has never written something in their entire life, and it's filled with so many controversies and has one of the most toxic fan bases I've ever seen. There is nothing good about RWBY. Even in ideas are nothing special. I mean, the whole gun weapon ideas, they stole that shit from Final Fantasy.
And yeah,
there's only one good thing about that show. The porn.
RWBY is a horrendous show. I've seen video after video. I have literally seen videos that are the length of a feature film that explain everything wrong with RWBY. I mean, I get it. People have their guilty pleasures, and it's not impossible to like something bad. You can like something bad.
For example,
I have
like for example, it looks absolutely, and it looks even worse than RWBY. But
full confession here. I love Shadow the Hedgehog. Even though it's regarded as one of the worst Sonic games of all time, I don't get what the hate is. I love Shadow the Hedgehog, and I will never understand why people hate it.
For me, my guilty pleasure is Drakengard 2. That game is an utter dumpster fire, and I still love it.
Damn it, I was hoping you would say Drakengard 3 so I can watch you fight the final boss and then lose your mind for my entertainment.
Oh, trust me, if I was able to live stream the game, you would see me pull my hair out over the fucking gnome fight.
As I said before, my guilty pleasure is Transformers Beast Wars. The animation is absolutely horrendous. Looks like some PS1 bootleg. However, it's charming.
At least it doesn't look like unfinished MMD animation, which is exactly what RWBY was. They famously stole a bunch of models from MMD, dressed them up with MMD accessories, and then animated it shittily.
Yeah, I've seen 3D kaiju fights much more better than anything RWBY has.
Let me put this in perspective. RWBY looks so bad, it makes Death Battle's animation look like fucking Bleach in comparison.
I've seen Gmod and SFM shitpost animations that look better than this. Heavy is Dead, total classic.
Yeah.
All right.
So I know this is a little bit of a tangent, but I've gotten into so many debates with Fish about this. I will never understand what he sees in RWBY. Maybe I'll never be able to understand it, but I don't get it.
Oh boy, this episode.
Oh, that's one.
Yeah, this one should probably be higher because there are people that make a strong case for why Yang versus Tifa is the worst of all time. Like, most people put this in the top 3.
And the most ironic part, this used to be my favorite once upon a time.
I always hated this matchup from the very beginning. It pissed me off because I'm a Final Fantasy fan, so naturally I was going to be pissed regardless. But once I realized how badly they like I pointed out in my epic fail compilation for Death Battle, Tifa can survive a supernova. How can you tell me that Yang has better durability? How?
Their only defense is a now deleted tweet that had a calculation. I wonder why it was deleted.
I know what tweet you're referencing to because I have an archive of that tweet.
Pull it up.
Sweet.
If I can find it, I'll pull it up because I remember I had an archive of that tweet back when I was working on my review / debunking of Yang versus Tifa, and I debunked their calculations and used the proper calculations.
Even with her own calculations.
Now, don't get me wrong. Yang versus Tifa is a fun battle. It's cool they got the voice actor of Yang to play her, and Tifa makes sense.
Of course they were able to get the voice actor of Yang to play her. Death Battle is Rooster Teeth's bitch. They literally have her on standby.
This episode felt more like an advertisement than an actual fight.
Also, who cares if they got Yang's voice actress? Yang's voice actress sucks, or I should say the character she voices sucks. She's annoying as piss. Watching someone take a piss is more entertaining than Yang.
The ironic part, Kimimorra, her hair actually does look like piss.
Don't tell her that, she'll beat you to
Also, once again, more inconsistencies. Says this matchup is solid, but it takes place in one location, when Fish criticized Daredevil versus Nightwing for only taking place in one location. If you're not going to be consistent, then at least don't complain about Then don't complain about Death Battle not being consistent.
Since she is the most popular opponent for Yang, even to this day. I don't care if Tifa is a popular opponent for Yang. It makes no effing sense.
Exactly.
Yang would destroy Tifa, as I proved in my debunking video. Any one of Tifa's limit breaks can one-shot Yang, even beat Rush.
Here's another example of
Yang
popularity.
can survive Tifa's basic attacks, but that's it. Any of her limit breaks kills her instantly.
Here's another idea that people want to see, yet will be an absolute stomp. Chi-Chi versus Hinata Hyuga. Yes, they're both the wives of Naruto and Goku. However, Chi-Chi is not that powerful, whereas Hinata...
She's just a human being that knows martial arts, and then becomes the world's worst wife. Anyone who says that Chi-Chi is a waifu, unironically, I really hope you become gay.
Yes, whereas Hinata was still relevant even in the Madara era.
But yeah, I don't give a crap if a matchup idea is popular or not. This right here is just a perfect example of why you don't go with just because it's popular. Okay? Because this is why, again, how many times do I have to repeat this with the 4 important steps? Compatibility, dynamic, connections, chemistry. Why is that so fucking hard? Like, people like Fish act like my standards are unreasonable, but they're really not. It's just basic stuff.
This is where my praise ends. Not only is the research in this episode outdated with all the new feats and weapons Yang's gotten over the years, but it came out way too early for Yang to be used. Heck, for any Ruby character to be used. This battle was released before...
That's because here's what you need to understand. This was a advertisement for Ruby.
That's what I was trying to tell you. They basically gave Tifa nothing, meanwhile sucking Yang's lady dick.
Well,
anyway,
it would be more like sucking her tits, but you get the point.
Teeth told Death Battle to do this. Death Battle would not have done this matchup otherwise, or at the very least, they would have waited. So you need this. These are things you need to understand, Fish. Your precious Rooster Teeth, the people that make Ruby, they told Death Battle to do this. I hate to say it, but this one isn't entirely Death Battle's fault. They were just following orders.
What makes it worse is that they actually acknowledged that Tifa helped defeat Sephiroth, which they spelled incorrectly, by the way.
To be fair, I'm just guilty of
Then
spelling
with
Sephiroth's name wrong.
Only 2 volumes. It's rich how they play her, and Tifa makes sense since she is why he sounds like this. Yang versus Tifa is a fun battle. It's cool they got the voice actor of Yang to play her, and Tifa makes sense since
it's literally just a fist fight. Didn't you Oh my god, I'm gonna have a panic attack. Didn't you explain that Daredevil versus Nightwing was boring because it was just a fist fight with similar weapons? This is a fist fight with similar weapons. Yeah, Tifa has magic and Yang has dick, but even so, it's still just a glorified fist fight.
He is the most popular opponent for Yang.
I know of
even
a better
to this
fist
day.
fight that would be more.
But this is where my
more
praise
entertaining than
ends. Not only is the research in this episode outdated with all the new feats and weapons Yang's gotten over the years, but it came out way too early for Yang to be used. Heck, for any Ruby character to be used. This battle was released before Volume 3 of Ruby even began. Back then, Yang's best feats were smashing the Paladin in one strike and defeating a group of thugs. Nowadays, she's defeated bandits, elite huntresses, destroyed meteors, casually matched larger...
Okay.
These are not canon, dipshit.
Bandit is any kind of impressive feat. What the hell kind of crap is that? They defeated bandits? Okay. Tifa has defeated gods. What's your point?
Yeah, Yang defeats bandits. Get fucked over by a bear.
Exactly.
Yang gets her ass handed to her by a mute bitch with an umbrella. Also, I've already debunked that meteor feat on so many occasions. It is not canon.
It's a joke.
Grim
even then,
exactly. Somebody
even
pointed
then,
that out to me.
Sephiroth
An
is
actual
still much
Ruby
stronger
fan
than
had to point out to me that that feat is a joke feat and is not canon, but you have people like Fish over here trying to take it seriously.
Even if we allow Yang to have that feat, guess who has an even better meteor feat?
Tifa.
You don't even have to bring up the meteor feat. Tifa tanked a supernova to the face, a move that can destroy multiple planets. The supernova can destroy large planets, and the difference between
supernova was an actual star explosion
is quite the difference between a large planet level character and a normal planet level character is very huge. Planets like Jupiter are fucking huge.
And it gets worse when you realize that Sephiroth is being calced at Galaxy level now.
He's likely even stronger than Galaxy level. Because a lot of the characters in frickin' Dissidia are multiversal. Not all of them, but a lot of them.
Mad scientists, my point is, Yang is a lot more powerful now.
Once again, defeating a mad scientist. Okay, so...
More powerful, yes. A lot more powerful? Heck no.
More powerful, yes, but not by much. I've looked at Yang's feats. They're not very impressive at all. And it's nothing compared to what Tifa is capable of. I explained this last night to Marks over here. The Final Fantasy universe is not a universe to be fucked with. The Final Fantasy universe is incredibly freaking powerful.
Indeed.
Ridiculously powerful. Tifa has access to spells that can increase her stats at will. For example, Tifa can use haste to increase her speed, even if her opponent is faster than her, and use spells like slow to make her opponent slower, and use things like protect to increase her physical resiliency, as well as magic resiliency. She also has spells like, she can also gain access to spells like Reflect, which might as well make her immune to magic, because any magic-based attack you throw will bounce right back at the person.
Well, Kimmy, I'll have you know that the matchup we discussed last night will be run through Cosmic Watcher. So he's just
And
going
I'll have
to.
you know that matchup is worthless, and I can prove it. Maybe if we have time, we'll discuss it. But Gwen versus Terra is dog shit. Terra would obliterate. Putting another magic user against Terra is a stupid idea.
Just let the Cosmic Watcher research this. Right now, he's doing the. Let's see, what is it? The Leopardon versus Battle Fever Robo.
Let me put this into perspective for you. Putting Gwen against Terra is almost as dumb as putting Gwen against Celes, whose special ability is to absorb magic. She can absorb and nullify magic spells.
Look, we'll
you might
just
as well
let
throw
him.
Celes at her while you're at it.
Look, this is not about Gwen versus Terra. This is about tearing apart Fish Mob over here.
Exactly. So let's please get back to doing that.
You brought it up.
She was back then with only 2 volumes. It's rich how they said they wouldn't use Ruby until she was fully developed as a character, but they didn't do the same with.
Imagine insinuating that Ruby characters have development.
The answer is they get little development.
Imagine thinking Ruby characters are actual characters.
I mean,
they're
for
not.
Christ's sake, the fact that
they're walking cliches at best, and even that's being generous.
Yang.
They're nothing
Heck,
but
they waited a lot longer to use Weiss, so why not just wait a little bit longer?
Yeah, and Weiss versus Mitsulu was stupid as well. Even in the fight, they could not justify her being able to fight Mitsulu. They basically made her admit they basically straight up said Mitsulu's too powerful for her.
Mitsulu's too powerful for most ice users, especially since she's
This is
immune to
why
the shit.
you don't base a matchup on the fact that they both wield ice, because then you end up with garbage like this. But of course, nobody will ever listen to me about mirror matchups, no matter how many times my point is proven.
Also, Mitsulu versus Polnareff is a terrible idea.
Even then, Tifa should have won in hindsight. She's able to hold her own against beings that make anything Ruby has shown thus far look like child's play, and they completely left out how aura works. Yang's power may keep increasing every time she's struck, but her aura also depletes the more times it is struck. If her aura depletes entirely...
Also, it is explained quite clearly, and this was even pointed out by Death Battle's researchers, her aura is not limitless. It has a cap.
She is no more invulnerable than a normal person, something Tifa doesn't need to worry about, as, despite being called a glass cannon, she is nowhere near as squishy as Yang is without her aura.
Stupid argument. Tifa is a glass cannon. Even if that was the case, which it isn't, but even if that was the case, Tifa has access to spells that can increase her defense, her speed, and all kinds of other things. The magic in the Final Fantasy universe is broken. Absolutely.
To be fair,
broken.
so is Tifa.
She can gain access to the most powerful healing spells. There's a spell called Kiraga that fully heals you, no matter what. No matter how weak you are, if you cast Kiraga, it fully heals any injuries.
Kimmy, want to know a fun fact? Tifa is one of the most used characters for Final Fantasy VII speedruns because of how overpowered she is.
Exactly. Not to it's just, it absolutely makes no sense to call her a glass cannon. Tifa can tank a supernova, yet is somehow a glass cannon.
It was undoubtedly the start of Death Battle having a true bias towards certain combatants, and the show suffered from this ever since.
You think they haven't
This is why, when it comes to the debates I tackle, I never say I settle the debates once and for all, because I am always bound to get something wrong at some point, and every versus show out there is not free of this problem. But with Death Battle, anyone who disagrees with them, they'll rebuke, ignore, or pretend they don't exist. As well, while Tifa is a popular opponent for her, she may not have been the best choice of opponent for Yang, or at least at the time. Agent Tex, Arden,
Tifa was never a good opponent for Yang and never will be. Just because, and I'm using massive quotations in regards to Yang, just because they're hot bitches that punch shit doesn't mean that's why they should fight. That is stupid.
Yang versus Josuke is a much better matchup.
Like, it literally reminds me of those dude bros that are like, hey, bro, you want to watch some hot chicks punch each other, bro? That's exactly what it is. Fuck that noise. And fuck you, Death Battle.
Ayane, Genosa Arma, Leone, and Sakura were honestly better opponents for Yang.
Sakura fucks up Yang. Leone
fucks
up. Oh my god. I can remember me and Fish had a discussion where we were talking about why mirror matchups are shitty, and he used Lerone versus Yang as an example of a trash matchup. Now he's trying to say that Lerone is a good opponent for Yang. Why? Because they're both blonde bitches that punch shit. Are you serious? This might be even dumber than Tifa. Like, okay,
Leone also stomps.
Who gives a flying fuck? That is boring.
In fact, I think most of these guys solo Yang.
At least Ayano has a fucking katana. All these other people just punch shit for the most part. And Sakura makes no freaking sense. Oh my god. Sakura fought against Kaguya. Sakura fought fucking Kaguya alongside Sasuke and Naruto, who is at least a planet level threat.
At the time than Tifa was. Not to mention, Tifa's voice acting sounds off at times. Like it was recorded with lower quality microphones compared to what Yang's voice actor had.
Warm-up's over. Does this mean no sunrise?
I would have honestly put this even further down the list.
This is because
but in all honesty,
they shafted
there were a lot more
Tifa
episodes I found to be worse than this one.
Dick.
In the end, this will be the final time I go to see this fantasy.
Yeah, here's the thing. I don't know how you're going to justify anything being worse than this unless it's Naruto versus Ichigo or Big Head versus Deadpool.
Or Urza versus
Zoro.
See. Also, why didn't they use Tifa's more iconic outfit? I know it may seem like a minor gripe, but it's like having Wolverine in a fight and having him wear the costume from the X-Men movies as opposed to the iconic yellow one. Why?
Nitpicking.
This one is just plain disgusting with how they treated both characters.
Oh, I saw this one coming.
Doomsday.
This is another one that me and Fish got into so many debates about, Hulk versus Doomsday. I have changed my opinion slightly on Hulk versus Doomsday because it has been brought to my attention that Hulk is one half of the one above all, the most powerful being in the Marvel universe.
Below all, who is basically Satan.
And I should point out that this fucking battle had the fucking audacity to use the hot wind blowing from Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. Like, the fuck?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, admittedly, I've changed my opinion a little bit on this matchup. Here's the thing. I was always of the opinion that Hulk versus Doomsday was always a shit matchup for the most part, but I at least said this. It was at least better than Hulk versus Broly. Looking back at it in hindsight, that's not saying much, but even so.
What can I say about this fight that others haven't? They grossly downplayed the Hulk to make him look far weaker than he actually is, and they disgustingly overplayed Doomsday to make him look far stronger than he actually was.
Not to mention they thought Worldbreaker Hulk was a transformation.
I've been doing this for years. I've been calling this out for years.
I'm sorry, but World Breaker Hulk did not lose to Sentry. It was World War Hulk, or Green Scar as they'd go on to call him, that fought Sentry to a standstill. And remember, the Sentry is basically the most broken character in Marvel history. He is basically their version of Dr. Manhattan.
Oh my god. Okay. Will you people stop using Dr. Manhattan as an example of one of the most broken characters of all time? Let me make this
Please use someone different.
Yes, Dr. Manhattan is very powerful. However, though, Dr. Manhattan doesn't have very many feats to back up his so-called near limitless power. Here's the problem. Dr. Manhattan is the only super being in his universe. There is nobody to challenge his mighty power. Nobody. So we do not know
was
what
on
Dr.
purpose.
Manhattan is fully capable of.
That was on purpose too.
So trying to say that Dr. Manhattan is the equivalent of Sentry is bullshit. Because Sentry has all kinds of feats and powerful beings that can challenge him. Dr. Manhattan doesn't have that. Yes, he has some feats, but nothing really all that impressive compared to someone like Sentry. Please stop using Dr. Manhattan. He is not as powerful as you think that he is. Or at least maybe he is. We don't know because we don't have anyone to challenge him.
Exactly. Dr. Manhattan was built that way on purpose. He's supposed to be an insurmountable obstacle that nobody in his universe could challenge. Because it's showing people, if you have godlike power, it'll become boring really fast.
Not to mention, just because he has godlike power, that doesn't automatically mean he's omnipotent or anything like that. We have to look at it within the context of the universe. I had to explain this to a bunch of
Yes, he's omnipotent in his universe.
that tried to say that Spawn would be able to defeat Dracula because Spawn is like super broken, and they used all kinds of arguments. One guy used a no limits fallacy, saying that Spawn would just feed on Dracula's sin and that he can just basically be as powerful as he needs to be by feeding off of sin. But Spawn is not as powerful as people think that he is, and Dracula would casually obliterate Spawn. And I had to explain to these people that Spawn is not as powerful as you think that he is.
Yeah, Dr. Manhattan is not all that powerful either. Sure, in his home universe, he's basically omnipotent, but drop him in, like, say, Gurren Lagann, and he'd have his blue dick drilled in.
Now, here's the thing. Yes, Dr. Manhattan is powerful, and he is stated to be the most powerful being in his universe, and he does have some impressive powers. The problem
That's not really saying something when everyone in his universe is basically Batman.
Real impressive. He doesn't have that many impressive feats. Some of his feats range from stopping a bunch of nuclear warheads, creating some kind of thing on Mars, putting a smiley face on Mars, and surviving that device that turned him into Dr. Manhattan in the first place when it was used against him.
It's even worse because they happily ignored a lot of feats and information, or grossly misunderstood or used feats out of context. In the New 52, for example, Doomsday was only able to punch his way out of the Phantom Zone because someone else was weakening it for him. Not as impressive as Hulk destroying an entire dimension just through him fighting, now is it? As well, Doomsday's immunities after his resurrections aren't a universal thing. Doomsday has been killed the same way twice in the past, and while it's difficult, it's nothing the Hulk hasn't dealt with before.
Doomsday does not become
in the World War Hulk storyline.
He becomes highly resistant to them. It's like breaking a bone and it growing back tougher.
Well, how I understand Doomsday's powers is it's said that the same thing can't kill him twice. But the problem is, what I'm willing to bet here is this is a problem of most likely inconsistent writing and different writers. It's possible that unless that version of Doomsday was written by the same guy, some guy just forgot that Superman killed Doomsday, so Doomsday shouldn't be able to be killed by something like Superman ever again.
No, that's not really
how
what
I
happens with
understand it.
Doomsday. Doomsday
Also,
only can.
please don't use the Thing as an example of a really OP being. The Thing is not that fucking powerful.
Yeah, he's only as strong as Grey Hulk, who is nowhere near World Breaker.
I remember doing research on the Thing. One of the Thing's greatest feats was like stopping a tornado or something. That's not really all that impressive.
Hulk once fought the X-Man called Darwin, a mutant whose power is instantaneous adaptation and reactive evolution to any situation he finds himself in. You know, basically what Doomsday does. During their fight, Darwin's powers determined the best way to confront the Hulk was to not confront the Hulk, and was promptly teleported out of the fight and away from Hulk's destructive path.
Pause it. I gotta say
a being with adaptive powers with...
Well, technically, before he teleported away, he gained the power to siphon gamma energy from Hulk. However, he basically failed at pulling it because basically he couldn't absorb it fast enough.
Nah. I mean, here's the thing, though.
More than just all you really need
to say in regards to why this matchup doesn't work is just Hulk is one half of the one above all. The
one below all, actually.
No known upper limit that could arguably be comparable to Doomsday's could not hope to match the Hulk. You'll happily look for information on if Raiden can cut through adamantium, but you won't look for information on if Hulk can overpower Doomsday's adaptations. And even then, it just gets a lot of information wrong. How on earth did they confuse World War Hulk with World Breaker Hulk? How can they say light speed is a rarity in Marvel when it's clearly not? How can they say Doomsday is light speed when he never actually tags someone going light speed with his bare hands? They'll ignore how bloody obvious World War Hulk tied with Sentry.
Again, I hate to do this because actually it makes me sound like a dick, but I can remember I watched this Justice League movie, and Doomsday showed up in it, and Doomsday casually just bitch slapped Flash.
Can you hold on? I'll be right back.
So I'm gonna keep going on this point. So yeah, Doomsday has tagged the Flash and whooped his ass before. There are animated movies based on these comics, and I saw a scene. I wish I could pull it up, but odds are I'd get hit by copyright, and I don't want this stream getting taken down. But here's the thing. Like I said, all the Justice League were trying to take down Doomsday, and they were all getting their ass kicked. Wonder Woman got fucked up. Green Lantern couldn't do shit, and Green Lantern is a multiversal threat. Flash got fucked up. Everyone got their asses handed to them. So, yeah. Doomsday is at the very least the multiversal threat. At the very least. I mean, Fish is right on a lot of these points, but I always just sum it up as, again, God Hulk, dark half of the one above all. Game over.
All right, I'm back.
Even Doomsday isn't
had to get something from the dog.
Presence, for example.
But we'll ignore how obvious it was that Doomsday died before Superman sort of did. Hulk's healing factor cannot be overclocked. It's not a real weakness. It's a misconception gained through information they got wrong. Only reality warping and powerful forms of energy can bypass it. And
not even draining his
a
energy
mindless
through
brute like
Darwin's
Doomsday
siphon
does not directly scale to an omnipresent god capable of destroying all of creation just by existing. This honestly feels like Deathbell didn't give a crap about Hulk.
Well, here's the thing. Well, here's the thing, though. Yeah, to Doomsday's credit, he did fuck up Darkseid's avatar so much that even Darkseid feared him. Also, the mindless brute argument can be easily countered by the fact that there's a version of Doomsday that has Brainiac inside of his head.
Yeah.
So that argument is kind of... So the whole mindless brute thing is kind of moot. And Darkseid was able to fuck up... And
in the distant future, there is a version of...
Avatar, but he fucked up his avatar so much that Darkseid's like, fuck this shit.
There's actually a version of Doomsday that actually gained intelligence and the ability to speak. And he wanted to be friends with Superman.
That was the version where he fused with Brainiac. So the whole mindless brute thing, not an argument. Also, isn't Hulk well known for being a mindless brute? So what the fuck kind of argument is that?
And just wank Doomsday because he scales to Superman, who they love to double down on being absolutely limitless. In short, despite this being a great fist fight and this being a battle I really wanted to see them tackle, it was ultimately anything but incredible.
All Doomsday versus Hulk is just a glorified fist fight, which, as we've established, fist fights alone are boring. I can remember this reviewer I watched made a very good point when he was reviewing Alien vs. Predator Requiem. You have the Xenomorph, and then in Requiem, you had the Pred Alien with all these unique powers. You have the Predator with all their unique skills and technology. And what do they do for the big final battle against the Pred Alien? It's just a fist fight. And as he pointed out, it's essentially just two guys in costumes fist fighting. That's not fun.
It was very dark and stuff. Couldn't barely see too much anything inside that movie.
Yeah. So I'm sorry, but a fist fight isn't always going to cut it. I'm sorry. I'm going to be avoiding a lot of fist fights in Blood Royale and try to add a lot of different variation because fist fights and sword fights alone are very fucking boring. You know this, Fish. I know you know this because you complained about She-Ra versus Wonder Woman, and don't worry, I already addressed the thing you pointed out to me about the Sword of Grayskull being a multiversal thing in the comics. I already tackled that. But yeah, you complained about She-Ra versus Wonder Woman being boring because it was mostly just a sword fight, but you say you like this because it's a good fist fight, even though that's just as boring.
Jeez, this guy is so inconsistent.
I legit know better actually work.
Despite being something that should have happened back in Season 1, this battle was already ruined from the get-go.
Crash versus Spyro.
Why should this have been a Season 1 fight exactly? It would have been dog shit. At least when they waited, they were at least able to make it look 3D. Yeah, it was a complete waste of a 3D fight, but at least it looked good. That's the only thing I can say about Crash vs. Spyro.
Actually, there is a major problem with this. They used Legends Spyro when they should have used Generation 1 Spyro to make the rivalry be more consistent.
Issue is, Crash never had a chance against Spyro.
Yeah,
this is what I mean, why you shouldn't have two characters fight against each other just because they're mascots. Okay?
Actually, the first generation of Spyro would be a better opponent than Legends Spyro. The original Spyro is a lot weaker than the Legends incarnation. And then there's the Skylanders version.
Bandicoot is also weak as shit. Crash is a literal retard with fuck all in terms of weapons and power. Crash is not powerful at all.
And then Fanwar also did Crash versus Sonic.
Oh yeah, he did Crash versus Sonic, and it was a disaster. That was the one where he couldn't even crop the fucking animation correctly.
My God, what kind of city level and hypersonic? That's about it. If it was Generation 1 Spyro, maybe level 1.
I hate that the pause button is like.
Despite being something that should have happened back in Season 1, this battle was already ruined from the get-go. Now, don't get me wrong, I don't mind it if Death Battle does fights I've already done before. Heck, I've done battles others have done before, and have even considered
Shrek versus Sully. Why?
That one's...
And here's what I want to know. Why the fuck are you putting Asgore up against Bowser?
Asgore dies horribly. Yeah, classic Spyro would have been a better matchup.
Even I can admit, a guy who thinks that Bowser couldn't defeat Ganon, yeah, Bowser versus Asgore makes no sense because Bowser would whoop that ass.
I agree with you, Kimmy. And the funny thing is, Asgore may be the king of the mountain, but he's not all that powerful.
Yeah.
Granted,
a lot of Undertale characters aren't that powerful. I've done research on Undertale characters. They are weak as piss. The only exception is Kara and Flowey. Everyone else
and
is
Sans, because of his karmic retribution.
I guess Sans, I usually forget about him. But yeah, the vast majority of the
and Asriel
are weak as piss.
But why Shrek versus Sully? Sully isn't really that much a fighter.
Yeah. Sully doesn't fight. Like, I think he gets into like one fight with Randall, and that's about it.
And get his butt kicked, man.
And even then, he only barely managed to beat Randall and needed help.
Yeah.
I do.
Because Mike threw a snowball in his face, which broke his camouflage.
And some battles they did just to put my own thoughts on it and see if anything changes. However, when Death Battle did Spyro vs. Crash, my main issue is that they still used the Crash Bandicoot from the classic games, but they used the Spyro from the Legend trilogy and
exactly
Skylanders.
What I was saying.
By using the Spyro from his second generation of games, and some information from his third generation of games, they completely throw out the whole reason behind this popular rivalry. It's a battle between the original platform.
Was this even ever really a rivalry? Because I don't remember Crash versus Spyro ever being a rivalry.
They actually did meet. They actually did meet before. There were like 2 games.
I'm pretty old.
Over.
Oh yeah, that's another reason why doing matchups like this is stupid, is because odds are Crash and Spyro have met before, and if they've already met before, what's the point?
They have met before. With there's like 2 games. And in Skylanders Imaginators, you can play as Crash and Dr. Neocortex.
Here's what I say. Especially to people who want to suggest Blood Royales, don't suggest to me any characters that have done any kind of crossover before. The whole point of a versus matchup is to take 2 characters that have never met each other before.
Yeah, just like Tails versus Luigi. Like, Tails inside the Mario and Luigi crossovers, Tails kind of already met Luigi.
Yeah.
That was Mario
versus Sonic was overplayed well before Death Battle even got their hands on it.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. I'm pretty old. I remember the rivalry between Mario and Sonic. I don't remember the rivalry between Crash versus Spyro because there wasn't one. The reason why there was a rivalry between Mario and Sonic was because they were the mascots of 2 competing game systems fighting for market dominance. Spyro versus Crash is owned by the same fucking company and are on the same fucking system. What rivalry do they have?
I think the best way to sum up between Mario and Sonic, Sega does what Nintendo don't.
So, you know, this makes no sense. At least, for as much as I hate Pokemon versus Digimon, at least I can say Pokemon and Digimon had a rivalry.
Yeah, that makes sense. They're both rivaling monster
Pokemon fans and Digimon fans were constantly killing each other back in the day.
Yeah, they're both rivaling, battling monster companies. But there's been so much more since then, like your Bakugan and your Beyblade and Yokai Watch. Like, there's no
forming
it's just
mascots of
one
the
in a-
entire PlayStation
Yeah,
lineage. Without
right
these
in the
two, other iconic franchises associated with the PlayStation would probably never exist.
Citation needed.
Yes, that's a pretty bold claim right there.
Yeah, back in the day, back when Sony was actually good, they were just pumping out good game after good game. You had Twisted Metal, you had Spyro, you had God of War, you had Crash. And not to mention, Sony was a third-party whore for the longest time, getting a lot of the great games like Resident Evil, Metal Gear. And they had Symphony of the Night. That alone sold the PlayStation for a lot of people.
As well as Time Splitters.
As for I think who would win, I'd still think I'd go Spyro. Both of them are like city level if we go with the classic iterations of both. But Crash is faster, but Spyro has more hacks abilities.
Crash is not a good fighter, and Crash is a genuine retard. Like, that's the point of his character. The whole point of Crash's character is that he's stupid. Spyro is actually capable of intelligence.
Yeah.
I mean...
Or at least as the way we know them now. Sly Cooper, Jak and Daxter, Ratchet and Clank, Uncharted, The Last of Us, Twisted Metal, Resident Evil, even freaking God of War would probably not exist if these two never...
What? This is wrong on so many fucking levels. Resident Evil was a well-established franchise. Okay, Fish, I know you don't do research. You hire other people to do it for you, but let me make this simple for you. Resident Evil, and I'm a Resident Evil fanboy, so I reserve the right to be triggered here. Resident Evil was originally a game called Sweet Home that came out on the NES. The original Resident Evil was originally a reboot. It was going to be a remake to Sweet Home, but the last minute they decided to make it its own IP. And even then, PlayStation had nothing to do with the success of Resident Evil because Resident Evil was from a third-party company like Capcom. Resident Evil was on platforms like GameCube, N64, and many other platforms. Resident Evil,
I wouldn't say that
system you can think of.
I wouldn't say that Crash Bandicoot is stupid. You see, he's consistently shown to be a competent fighter as well as a skilled driver and pilot.
Well, here's the thing. Even Goku is capable of flying a car, of driving a flying car, and Goku's a retard. Like, Goku literally has brain damage from hitting his head.
I wouldn't say hitting his head on the floor.
He's even able to control a Mecha Bandicoot with no prior knowledge of how it works, even using it to defeat two beings of high intelligence.
Character. He's an idiot. That's the whole point of his character.
He's actually his intelligence is actually fluctuating. He cannot speak with only a few keywords being in his vocabulary, aside from basic grunts. However, this is most likely because nobody taught him how to speak rather than not having the mental capacity to do so.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, here's the thing. Like, you can still have the mental capacity to do something, but still be an idiot. Look at our real world, for example.
Yeah.
You have people in Harvard that should have the mental capacity to be very smart, but instead do stupid shit like protest over Halloween costumes.
Paved the way for the PlayStation.
That, again, I'm going to need a citation on that, because one could argue that Sony and Crash, that Crash and Spyro didn't paved the way for Jack. The PlayStation was already a pretty
TJ
successful
Marug
console
says
with
Gilgamesh solos Dragon Ball. What do you think on that?
Gilgamesh does not solo Dragon Ball, not by a long shot. Gilgamesh dies horrifically. Moving on. Anyway, like I was trying to say, they didn't really pave the way for Jack, okay? Because the reason why the PlayStation was as successful as it was in the 5th generation, and you can even watch Yahtzee, he talks about this.
Yes.
The reason why it was successful was because of third-party support. It wasn't solely because of Crash and Spyro. You are overstating the importance of these franchises. Also, Naughty Dog was making games well before The Last of Us and Spyro even came into existence. Naughty Dog has been making games for a long time.
Ross is
So
back.
why use the Spyro from the Legend trilogy, which absolutely curves some Crash any day? It's no longer a battle of classic platforming PlayStation mascots because this version of Spyro is not the Spyro that Crash is commonly compared to.
You should already know the answer by now, Fish. It's because they put characters against each other knowing that one will perfectly counter the other. It's really as simple as that. Death Battle has been doing this for a long time. This shouldn't even be a surprise to you anymore.
This version has more in common with Aang from Avatar than was Crash Bandicoot for freaking...
What the fuck? How the hell does Spyro have more in common with Aang? What? Because they manipulate elements as if Aang is the only character to ever manipulate the elements.
What the hell?
What?
Legend Spyro is like planetary. The fuck? I'm actually questioning if this guy has brain damage.
I begin to wondering when this
It's
cringe fest will
even
ever
worse, because the models and voices they use for Spyro and Sparks are more reminiscent of the original games, despite the Spyro they're using not being classic Spyro.
What are you doing?
I see you, my little glowing friend. Seeing and catching are two different things, a big boy.
It makes sense for Crash because they're using the original Crash. But with Spyro, it just makes it very confusing and jarring for those who have played the Legend of Spyro. And to top it all off, the fight felt very underwhelming. It felt very slow most of the time, and none of the impacts had any weight or meaningful impact to them. Like with Spyro's Fury attack. I know Crash survived powerful explosions before, but the way I would have done it is have Crash's fur be at least covered in soot, and have him hit the ground so hard it cracks beneath him, instead of just him being pushed to the ground. Or how about during their little chase? I would have it be fast-paced, not as fast as Sonic, but something similar. In short, this is a classic battle that other Versus shows, including my own, has done, and most of them have done it a lot better. I guess you can say this battle just simply crashed and burned.
Nobody messes with me.
cringe.
This one was actually the
This
best
was always the
battle.
battle I wanted to see. This was my Batman vs. Spider-Man, Goku vs. Superman, and Mario vs. Sonic. I even had it planned for Season 1 of Fan War long before the fight I ended up doing instead. But as time went by, I found myself less enamored with this episode more and more.
Godzilla versus Gamera. This was one of their first stomp matches. What the hell?
Yeah. Well, remember, this is the worst.
This is the
I'm
worst.
actually very enjoying this.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm
this
gonna
is
be
what
blunt.
he personally considers
I
to be
don't
the
have a
worst.
horse in the
I
race
expected
since I'm
him
not
to mention this
knowledgeable
matchup at some
Godzilla and
point.
Gamera.
Admittedly, I didn't have a whole lot to say on Godzilla versus Gamera because I know jack about Godzilla. I never really got into Godzilla. I was always more of a Rampage
Let me
fan
tell
than
you,
Godzilla.
Godzilla.
Godzilla is
Godzilla's power varies from incarnation to another. But
Yeah.
Yep, which is another reason why don't ever expect me to have Godzilla on Blood Royale, at least not anytime soon, because Godzilla is just too much of a pain in the ass to work with.
Yeah.
Yeah, like which version are you talking about? Showa, Heisei, Legendary?
Millennium. Yeah, there's
Godzilla versus Gamera. The first kaiju fight Deathval's done, and in all honesty, it really shows. The rendering in this fight looks atrocious. Definitely a severe downgrade from the CGI fights we had previously, and it definitely doesn't hold up to other CGI fights they have done later. I know they're giant monsters, so they're going to move very slow, but I am not complaining about that. I'm complaining about how the fight looks. The physics are bad.
I just
The water looks like that weird plastic you see in gift baskets when it's moving and blue paint when it's not. And you can see it seeping through the model of the city street. When Gamera dies, it looks like his remains are rolling over a table, not something from an explosion. The debris they both kick up is too floaty, like they're filled with helium. There's no weight to it. And any special effect they use doesn't look right, like they just stuck gifts on the characters' models. Heck, they couldn't even get Godzilla's nuclear pulse right. They also left out certain feats that put both kaiju on relatively more equal
me
ground.
to have too much to say about
For
that.
example, while Godzilla
I'll just let the Godzilla fans handle this one because I'm borderline useless in this.
Some Godzillas no-sell nukes. Some Godzillas no-sell black holes.
Yeah. Some take meteorites, some of them even take it.
willingly went into that volcano screaming as he went in. Gamera willfully crawled into a volcano twice and came out unharmed. Does that change the outcome? Doubt it, but still. But the part that gets to me is the Godzilla model they use. It almost always has a dead stare on it, and the proportions on it are awkward as hell. Like it was made to be a very scary Muppet. There are points where the models are also completely static, like they've turned into stone and it just looks even weirder. In short, despite them giving their best effort, with bad rendering, bad special effects, and bad models that looked more like evil Sesame Street characters, their first giant monster battle just ultimately came up a little short.
Yeah, Godzilla stopped depending on what.
What's his number one?
Yep. Now, I said that you guys are not going to be able to predict number one. In fact, I want to see how many people are able to predict it. Everyone in the chat, say what you think number one is going to be.
Well, my worst death battle is probably going to be highly unlikely to be number one. My best guess is either... Best ones I can think of are A. Beerus vs. Galaxia, B. Zoro vs. Urza, or C. I think Natsu vs. Ace. Those are the three I can think of that are equally as egregious as, say...
My three trash episodes were Urza versus Zoro, Jotaro versus Kenshiro, and the Power Rangers versus Megazord. I mean, no, the Megazord versus the Voltron.
Mine was where Naruto versus Ichigo, Mario versus Sonic 2018, and Yang versus Tifa.
The Dragon Zord versus Mechagodzilla was especially egregious. Holy shit.
Because my guess was going to be Yang versus Tifa, Godzilla versus Gamera, because of what I know about Fish. But even I didn't see this one coming in. I guess we might as well just get to it.
It is.
Now, I considered avoiding putting anything from the first half of Season 1 on the list, simply because they are the oldest episodes and as such, they don't have the same budget or standards as the newer episodes do.
Not an excuse.
However, I think it needs to be said. Let's just get the most glaringly obvious problem out of the way. The episode aged like spoiled dairy. I know it's a joke episode, but I really doubt Justin Bieber and especially Rebecca Black have the same presence and relevance now as they did back when
this is a perfect example of many perfect examples of Death Battle being late to the party on something. Even back when this episode came out, the hate towards Justin Bieber and Rebecca Black wasn't really all that strong.
And
even then, I can understand wanting to do a celebrity matchup. Hell, I wish Death Battle would do that because it invokes the good old days of Celebrity Deathmatch, which was pretty funny. But for the first crack at it, I'd say they failed miserably.
I always wanted to see
and if
Muhammad
not
Ali
now,
fight
then
Mike
it's for
Tyson,
certain no one will remember who these two were in the next 10 to 20 years.
Emmy,
Thus
I
making this
gotta
episode
go. It's getting super late for me.
All right. I mean, I guess you made it through almost all of it because this is all that's left.
Well, thanks for having me on, Kimmy. It's been fun. I've had a blast like a whale of a time.
Mm-hmm.
Rebecca Black and Justin Bieber did
This is
not
why I prefer
deserve this
podcasts over live streams because they're able to be it's able to be more fun when you have guests on. But I'm still going to do live streams, but I'd honestly
been a while since.
But yeah, I don't know. I have mixed feelings on this one because number one, it is a joke death battle, and as I said in his comment section, I was under the impression nobody took this fight seriously. Hell, even I almost always forget that it exists.
Incredibly dated. But what really makes this the worst episode for me is that it's probably the most tasteless and mean-spirited episode Death Battle has.
I could watch that on loop over and over again.
Me too. That was one of the best scenes.
In fact, let's rewind that a little bit.
I think it needs to be said. It's probably the most tasteless and mean-spirited episode Death Battle has ever done.
Can someone make me a GIF or some kind of remix of this? That would be great.
They are constantly making fun of and belittling these two throughout the episode, up to the point of making them seem a lot worse as a person than they actually are.
Why would anyone want more than one of this musical abomination?
More useless stuff. Pillows, squiggly straws, lunchboxes. What? A lock of freaking hair sold for $40,000. What the fuck?
Roaming this planet.
And I know it's a joke episode, but with something like Smokey vs. McGruff or Chuck Norris vs. Segata, they were making fun of fictitious personas of real life.
Did he say Segata?
It's Segata.
Yeah, it's Segata Sanshiro. How do you mess that up? I mean, I can admit that I'm not the best with pronunciations. For example, with that Sweet Home TV show I'm obsessed with that I plan on reviewing, you're going to see me using a lot of nicknames for the characters during my review because I'm absolutely dog shit at pronouncing Korean names.
And you constantly pronounce Weiss's name as Weiss, as in that blue guy from Dragon Ball.
I can't help it. I swear to fuck, they're spelled the same exact way.
I could think of several other joke episodes that would go over much better than Rebecca Black versus Justin Bieber, like Pinkie Pie versus Waluigi, Claptrap versus R2D2, and Applejack versus Bunny Rabeau.
People in the organization.
Yeah, I already have some great joke. I guarantee you, the joke Blood Royale that I have planned for season 1, I think you guys are going to love it. Again, I won't say
Boomerang versus Ty the Tasmanian Tiger.
Well, like I said, I won't say what it is here. I'll save it for the trailer, which I'll try to have up real soon once I get the lineup finished. Also, sending me some more suggestions will help me get this done a bit faster, because there are some people that I had to remove from season 1. For example, originally Lucy was going to be in the season finale, but Lucy is not likely to be a part of season 1 because I need to find Lucy a new opponent, and I can't find a new opponent for her. I'm trying desperately to find someone, but I can't find anything. So Lucy might show up in season 2, possibly, if I can find her new opponent.
Oh, here's
Guts
a funny.
was also originally planned for season 1, but I'm having the same problem. I can't find Guts a fucking opponent, so he's likely not going to show up in season 1.
How about Ike from Fire Emblem? Would that work?
I don't have an opponent for him. And as for if you're asking like Ike versus Guts, that's probably not going to be a good matchup. The problem is every time I thought I had a good opponent for Guts, like I really thought I had something good with Lancelot versus Guts, but that backfired horrendously. This is why I keep emphasizing compatibility, because sure, on paper, Lancelot versus Guts sounds awesome, but sadly, Lancelot is too powerful and would decimate Guts, even with the Berserker armor. So, yeah. So putting me some suggestions would help me out. What I would suggest, if you're going to suggest me a Blood Royale suggestion, try to follow my important steps of at least make sure to follow step 1, compatibility. If you ignore compatibility, you've seen what happens. It immediately goes to shit. Everything falls apart.
Organizations. These are not fictitious personas. These are actual people they are making fun of. And I know it's common to make Justin Bieber jokes and maybe Rebecca Black jokes if we're stretching it, but it's just not funny here. It's the same.
Mr. Subjective thinks that something isn't funny. How interesting.
Repetitive joke over and over again. These two are bad singers who get more praise than they deserve. That's it. They do this so much that it gets to the point where it comes off as really disrespectful, especially when it comes to the trauma both have faced.
If I'm being perfectly fair to Justin Bieber, he's not as bad of a singer as some people make him out to be. He was just more so annoying in his early years because that was before his voice cracked. But over time, Justin Bieber has gotten to the point where it's tolerable, and if you can enjoy that type of music, I hate pop music and rap music, but if you can enjoy that type of music, Justin Bieber's music isn't unlistenable. I could show you guys some music that's unlistenable. Lil Xan, Corey Feldman's Angelic to the Core, Jumex. I could show you some singers that are bad to the point of being unlistenable.
This is a woman who received death threats. Threats to her very life that got the police involved, and Death Battle not only has her interview about the event re-edited and recontextualized.
I hope you cut yourself, and I hope you get an eating disorder so you'll look pretty.
But also basically said the same thing to her those people did by not only murdering her and her idol, but also many other similar celebrities just for giggles. I am not sorry for saying this, but that is truly in bad taste. Say what you will about them slandering Luigi. At least he was a fictitious character. Say what you will about them downplaying Tifa. At least she was a fictitious character. These two are not. It is dated, it is unfunny, it is distasteful, it is disrespectful in all the worst ways. And this is done to two real-life people. And that is why Justin Bieber versus Rebecca Black is the #1 worst death battle of all time.
Well, let's let the audience decide on who sucked the most.
And thank you for watching. Which death battles do you think is the worst? Leave them down in the comment section below. In the
But yeah, well, Fish did get a lot of things right. He got a lot of things wrong as well. And I think that's the problem with Fish is just the lack of consistency. Sometimes he can make a good point. Sometimes he makes a terrible point. Sometimes he's capable of making something decent. Other times he's capable of making something god-awful. Well, the thing is Eminem is actually a talented singer, even if I don't respect the guy, because he's an absolute cuck. But that's besides the point. Eminem is a talented singer. Even I can enjoy some of Eminem's music. But yeah, for me,
yeah, I hate Eminem. But he's
ground, Naruto versus Ichigo is the worst. The reason why I say it's the worst is for quite a few reasons. Number one, they lied and disrespected both Naruto and Ichigo. Number two, they jumped onto a flame war that was caused by Watch Mojo's stupidity. Oh, believe me, I'm coming for your ass someday, Watch Mojo. I have a whole podcast episode dedicated to just Watch Mojo episodes in the future, but I digress. They started a flame war with their dumb video of 5 reasons why Naruto is better than Bleach, a very intellectually dishonest video, constantly poison, like they just, right from the beginning, they poison the well, and it's bullshit. And that a flame war got started that led to Naruto fans harassing Bleach fans. I, as a Bleach fan, was harassed by Naruto fans, genuinely harassed to the point where I didn't even want to be a part of the Versus community anymore. And Death Battle willingly endorsed that garbage. They made the Flame War even worse by egging on the Naruto fans and shitting all over Bleach fans and making Bleach look like a pitifully weak universe. Sorry, I didn't notice how long you were there for. That's my bad. I had to scroll down to see you there.
It's all right.
But yeah, it's just there's so much wrong with Naruto versus Bleach. Everything, Naruto versus Ichigo, everything is wrong. The animation is wrong. The power scaling is wrong. The matchup is wrong. Nothing fucking works about that matchup. They even make some very distasteful jokes, like that whole joke about taking a bunch of little boys to the face.
Oh god, that joke.
And again, I say this as somebody who makes edgy jokes. I made an edgy joke about Luigi molesting a child. However, I make sure to do it in good taste. And again, it's tough because my instinct tells me Naruto versus Ichigo, but I'm fully aware of Big Head versus Deadpool, which is also just horrendous because Big Head versus Deadpool just shows that Death Battle is unwilling to accept accountability for the wrong things that they have done, and it's infuriating.
And also, they keep on calling it a mask.
Oh, yeah, I hate that. I had to get into an argument with a YouTube... Not an argument, but I remember I watched... I came across another channel dedicated to making Death Battle fan trailers. I swear, these things are like ants. Once you see one, there's like 9 million of them. But he said, do Big Head versus the Animaniacs. And I'm like, his name isn't the mask. And someone had the audacity to come up to me and say, can you not read? Which basically tells me that this dude thinks that the mask is actually Big Head's name, which tells me I will bet my life this person doesn't even know that the mask was based on a comic book series. The mask was the name of the comic book, not the character.
His name was the Big Head Killer. That's what he was idealized.
Yeah,
that's what he was labeled in the newspapers.
Yep, he was like a lot of superheroes, even though Big Head is not a superhero, but that's like the point, is like a lot of superheroes, they don't name themselves. They're usually given their names by the public. Iron Man didn't call himself Iron Man. The people did. Spider-Man didn't call himself Spider-Man. The people did. So on and so forth. Big Head didn't call himself the Big Head Killer. The people did. And even the main characters acknowledge his name.
Before then, he knew himself only as Stanley Ipkiss.
For example, the main character Kellaway refers to Big Head as Big Head because not only did he lead the investigation against the Big Head killer, but when he got in possession of the mask, he knew the mask's identity as the Big Head killer.
I mean, that must have been a really fun argument.
Sadly, he would probably hate Celebrity Deathmatch. I wouldn't even be surprised if he even knew what Celebrity Deathmatch was. Like I said, I'm fucking old. I am the equivalent of a elder in the Versus community. Because I remember all the old shows. Celebrity Deathmatch, Animal Face-Off, Deadliest Warrior. I grew up watching these when I was real fucking little.
I mean, at least you got to watch that stuff.
Well, I have when I was a kid, I was watching stuff like Animal Face Off. That's how I really got into it.
Yeah, I remember Animal Face-Off.
I kind of watched Deadliest Warrior in my early teen years. There's like, I guess that's kind of where I first discovered it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Deadliest Warrior was great. I am so sad that Deadliest Warrior no longer exists.
I literally get sad every time I think about that.
Yeah. Deadliest Warrior was amazing.
I mean, I think when they ended up when they got real crazy, like vampires versus zombies.
Yeah, and that's what sucked because vampires versus zombies could have cemented the beginning of something great, and it could have potentially stopped Death Battle from ever coming into existence.
Yes.
But sadly, it wasn't meant to be. Now, I don't think they would have gone all in on fictional matchups. They still would have done historical matchups, but it could have been the beginning of something beautiful.
Yeah. I mean, plus in the fact that, again, Vampires vs. Zombies even ended on, if you watch it again, ends on a to be continued, it just hurts even more. So it seems to me like they had
there was all kinds of rumors on what type of episodes we were going to get in season 4. There were rumors that Julius Caesar was going to show up, which is something I really wanted to fucking see. There were all kinds of crazy rumors.
I mean, shit, man. Don't know what else to say.
That's why I'm going to do the best I can to revive Deadliest Warrior to the best of my ability. And the more resources and manpower I get, the more I will do everything in my power to do so. I swear, I will even make my own high-tech fight club, just like Deadliest Warrior. If I can ever get the resources and manpower for it, I'll do it. I'll get doctors, I'll get experts. We'll do all kinds of crazy tests and stuff, within the reason, of course.
I want to say something, but I feel like you'd hate me for it.
What would that be?
Okay, so if you guys see me on a few live streams or not, you probably noticed that I bring up a lot about this YouTube channel called Versus Series. And yes, that's literally the name, Versus Series. Which is handled by 3 different YouTubers that do kind of a Deadliest Warrior style format. Comparing weapons, abilities, physicality, and who gets the edge in what department, basically. I would say the reason why none of you would be cool with it is because, well, there are a few matchups I know Kimi, you especially, would just be like, fuck this. Especially if you follow the second guy, Rain932, who likes to throw in Ruby characters. Or every now and then.
Yeah.
I have a template that's very similar to Deadliest Warrior. The only exception is, in the place of where they would normally test weapons, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring up feats that certain weapons have accomplished. A simple example is this. And no, Malcolm, Naruto vs. Ichigo is not fun. It's garbage. It's trash. And it was one of the most enraging matchups I ever had to watch. There was nothing fun about it. The gross lack of respect for both Naruto and Ichigo makes me sick.
Yeah, looks like Marx.
But anyway, like I was saying, here's a simple example of what you can expect. When Ghost Rider versus Simon comes out, there's going to be different weapon categories for their powers and abilities. For example, Ghost Rider's chain is going to go up against Simon Belmont's whip. Ghost Rider's Hellfire will go up against Simon Belmont's Holy Water, so on and so forth. And we'll see which weapon has the advantage. And in the place of weapon tests, I will talk about what the weapon is capable of and what kind of destructive capability these things can do and which would have the advantage against each other in the fight, which we'll play later on into the fight
Can you hear me
itself.
now? That's good.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's what you can expect. I'm going to
Yeah,
do what I
having a bit of
can
trouble
to
with
bring
my
back
earbuds.
Deadliest Warrior. I'm aware that I won't be able to do it perfectly, but I'm going to try my hardest.
Yes. Okay. Fine either ways.
Yep, I'm also going to be bringing back the X
That's
Factors.
all right.
So in the place of talking about things like strength, speed, and durability, I'm going to be doing an X Factors thing where I will go over their feats of strength, speed, and durability and go over from a number of 1 to 100 of who is higher in that certain category. I'll also look at other X Factors such as fatigue and stamina, psychological stability, especially in regards to characters like Ghost Rider, where it's very important to mention because the Ghost Rider was an angel that was driven into insanity. So bringing up mental stability is very important in the case of Ghost Rider because it could potentially give Simon an advantage in the sense of Simon is not insane and he could take advantage of the Ghost Rider that will be more mindless rather than not necessarily being fully strategic like Simon could potentially be and use this to his advantage.
Okay. And that's pretty neat.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Still, thanks for that little heads up, I guess.
Yep. Yeah, it's just to show you guys that Blood Royale is being worked on, and I do have an actual vision for the show. It's not just me talking, it's going to happen. And when it does happen, I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure it's great, to show shows like Animation Rewind, Not Death Battle, Fan War, and Death Battle how it's freaking done. And I'm going to do my best to make Deadliest Warrior proud. In fact, one of the episodes that you're going to see in season 1 is actually going to be a homage to one of Deadliest Warrior's best episodes. I won't say what it is, but there's going to be a lot of Deadliest Warrior homage episodes, at least one per season, if I can do that.
Hey, that's fine. I love surprises personally.
There's going to be a homage episode.
Yeah,
and it's like only because I get a lot of shit for this matchup. A lot of people tell me it's a garbage matchup. I disagree, and you people will see exactly what I'm talking about when the episode actually ends.
Oh yeah, didn't like Kevin was complaining about the matchup.
He probably would. Although, maybe I'm heading into spoiler territory. Or maybe I'm just an idiot. That's also possible. But, like, what connections are there between Simon and Ghost Rider?
I get this a lot of flack because a lot of people think that Simon versus Ghost Rider isn't good because they think that things like Spawn versus Ghost Rider or Dante versus Ghost Rider make more sense. Because in the case of Spawn, it's literally just because they have the same origin story. That's it. Yeah. And they both use demonic powers. That's fucking boring. As I've explained to people on numerous occasions, especially in regards to people like Kevin, Ghost Rider versus Spawn would be boring and mundane even for Ghost Rider and Spawn. Ghost Rider and Spawn regularly fight against demons and other entities that work for the devil. it would just be another day at the office for Ghost Rider versus Spawn, except Spawn is going to absolutely get thrashed by Ghost Rider.
Yeah, I see your point. Although I do see, I mean, I guess just so I'm a bit clear, the appeal is definitely there. I mean, if nothing else, this would probably be basically the just toughest of all monsters that Simon would have to deal with.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But here's the thing. Not only is Simon Belmont one of the only few characters that could even has the potential to kill Ghost Rider. What people don't understand is Ghost Rider is notoriously difficult to kill. Borderline impossible to kill at times. The only time he ever died in the comics is when Deadpool threw him into the river Styx. That's the only time he ever died.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and you're telling me that Ghost Rider doesn't put his boot so far up Simon's ass?
Well, while you're getting all the sorted, I'll go back to answering his question. See, the connections are Ghost Rider and Simon Belmont. They are cursed men forced to fight against evil for all eternity. In the case of Simon Belmont, his entire clan and family was cursed, and they're forced to fight against Dracula and evil that comes from Dracula for all of eternity.
All right.
And in the case of Ghost Rider, Johnny Blaze was given the curse of the Ghost Rider, and even though he had good intentions to use it to become a spirit to essentially become a spirit
work to their benefit or detriment like Johnny's curse, which is the entire source of his powers.
Move it. Anyway, like I was trying to say, you have the connection here is quite simple. Cursed men forced to fight against the forces of evil for all eternity. That's all you need. But what makes this matchup interesting is here's what I tell people. If your so-called connections add nothing to the fight, they are a waste of fucking time. Now, in regards, because here's the thing. I can remember reading, I can't remember if it was Ghost Rider or Simon Belmont. I need to remember to take a look at my research notes later. But one of those two has the ability to feed off of curses and become stronger. That is something that plays into the fight. Not only that, but the whole thing of the Ghost Rider's bounty hunter, a fallen angel, going up against a holy warrior like Simon Belmont who lives to serve God and fight evil to appease God is very interesting. Because it adds to the dynamic for Simon Belmont and Ghost Rider. Because you have this whole thing of Simon thinks that Ghost Rider is just another monster, potentially just another beast that works for Dracula. But as the fight goes along, he's going to understand that there's much more to Ghost Rider. And once he finds out that Ghost Rider was a fallen angel, it's going to add a lot to Ghost Rider, to Simon's perspective on who he's even fighting.
Yeah, and then he eats Chain, right?
Have connections that add something to the fight.
That's actually something I do generally like, where it legitimately just adds all that much more perspective to the fighters.
Yeah.
It's like literally everything they just knew was just thrown out the window, and they just have to overall just change.
Yeah, there's even a part I'm thinking about writing because I'm still working on the script. That's the only thing left that really needs to be done is just the script for the most part. Then we'll be ready to go. But I'm thinking about writing a part into the fight. Again, I'm only saying this because it's not set in stone, where during the final parts of the fight, both Simon and Ghost Rider are going all out. And Simon will just finally just throw all of his power at Ghost Rider in one final ditch effort to kill him. And he will say, God, give me strength. God, guide my hand. God, give me strength. God, guide my hand. And then he'll finish with, God loves you, before trying to finish him off.
That
And then he puts his boot so far up his ass he shits leather for weeks.
still.
And if
Ghost Rider
Simon Belmont
stomps Simon.
does end up winning, for obvious reasons, I'm not going to say who wins, but if Simon Belmont ends up winning, I'm thinking the one-liner will be something along the lines of, "Don't worry, fallen angel. God still loves you," before walking away.
Okay. Now that's one hell.
I don't
ending.
think that.
I think
No
it
pun
could
intended.
potentially be a nice little powerful line to end the fight on, because I genuinely want these fights to feel meaningful and actually get you invested, rather than just doing some cheesy one-liner like "go to hell" or something like that. If Simon ends up being the victor, he'll say something along the lines of, don't worry, fallen angel. God still loves you."
I mean, if nothing else, Kimi, you definitely made me all the more excited for this.
I can't wait.
And Ghost Rider.
Yeah, I don't think
Simon
Ghost Rider. I
Belmont
don't think
are more
Simon
even
Belmont is a
than
devoutly
people give
religious
them
guy.
credit for. Like, let me put this into perspective for you. Simon Belmont regularly fights against Dracula, and Dracula in the Castlevania universe is established to be a multiversal threat or a universe threat if you heavily lowball him.
Yeah.
So don't try to tell me that Simon Belmont can't fight Ghost Rider. He absolutely can. You need to at least be multiversal to fight Ghost Rider. If you're not at least multiversal, give up. You're going to die horribly. And hopefully this won't reveal too much about the fight, but this needs to be said. This is just how much of a good opponent, balance-wise, Simon Belmont is for Ghost Rider. One of my researchers notified me that Simon Belmont can resist the penance stare.
That is true. That's actually why I kind of considered.
I actually think Beelzemon would be a better opponent, considering he too can resist the penance stare because he doesn't have a soul.
Yeah, but but as Blackheart learned the hard way, simply not having a soul isn't going to cut it, because Blackheart was still defeated. So that means nothing. So here's the thing, though. While being able to, because here's the thing, if you can't resist the penance stare, you might as well not even bother. Simon Belmont is one of only few that can resist the penance stare, but actually also has the means necessary to kill the Ghost Rider. Now, again, I won't say that Simon Belmont resisting the penance stare is necessarily a guaranteed victory for Simon Belmont, but it does mean that not only does he have the ability to resist some of the Ghost Rider's most dangerous attacks, but he has the tools necessary to kill him. Now, whether or not he can kill him, you'll have to wait and find out. But he absolutely has the means to put the Ghost Rider down.
I mean, there's no way around it. Matchup's perfect.
Yeah, and again, I thought long and almost every matchup, I think very long and hard about. Giggity. But yeah, I cannot put enough emphasis on this. I think very long and extremely hard about these matchups.
Yeah.
Here's how I always describe it. A good versus matchup is like a house. It needs a good foundation. If you don't have a good foundation, everything else is just going to crumble.
Which Ghost Rider? There are hundreds. Regardless, most will stomp. They're on a totally different power level and stronger in every way.
I'm pretty sure Kimi already clarified that. I believe it's going to be Earth 616 Johnny Blaze.
Yes, I'm using the current canon 616 version of Johnny Blaze. I have always specified that I'm using Johnny Blaze, just like I'm specifying that I'm using Simon Belmont as opposed to Richter Belmont or Julius Belmont.
Yeah, Richter Belmont works better because both were extremely fucked up.
That's not a reason.
That's a stupid reason.
Right.
You don't understand that the whole point is this is a classic night versus day matchup. You know why Batman versus Superman is so compelling? Because it's a night and day matchup. That's why. It makes it far more fascinating. Seeing this holy man who devotes his entire life to God and serving God being put face to face with one of God's own angels will likely weigh heavily on him throughout the fight. Especially if he's able to understand what happened. Now, obviously, he's not going to be able to find out the Ghost Rider's entire backstory in the fight itself, but if he can even get little inklings of what happened to this angel, it will likely affect Simon.
Simon's gonna get road killed.
We'll just have to wait and see, pal.
Yeah. And unlike Death Battle, I'm like Deadliest Warrior, I'm going to actually provide statistics. I'm going to explain exactly what weapons got the most kills and exactly who wins. I'm going to break it down to percentages. Like X character won this amount of times. I'm even going to run the fight multiple times. I'm thinking of starting out with something small, like I'll run the fight 10 times out of 10 times, and I'll say this character won X amount of times out of 10 battles. Because undoubtedly, there are situations where Simon will win, and there are situations where Ghost Rider will win. But as one of my researchers pointed out to me when we were talking about Lucy versus Carnage, that I think is very important, and I'll go about this more in detail in my remake of my review of Lucy versus Carnage. I have plans to remake that. Is, yes, there are a couple versions of Carnage that can kill Lucy, but more times than not, Lucy is going to win against Carnage. And that is what one of my researchers told me. He said about 7 times out of 10, Lucy is going to win. Just because there might be 1 or 2 versions of Carnage that can kill her doesn't change the fact that overall, Lucy would take the vast majority of the battles, even if you do bring in other variations of Carnage.
Yeah.
And I plan on applying that to Blood Royale. I'm going to run the fight multiple times. I'm going to do my best to provide statistics and ratios and say this character, and it'll be something like along the lines of, say, if Ghost Rider wins, it'll be like Ghost Rider won X amount of times out of 10. Here's why, compared to the amount of times Simon Belmont was able to win. Because, like I said, there will be examples in which you can say that Simon Belmont or Ghost Rider can pull a win against each other. This is why it's important to run the fight multiple times to make sure it's not won by a single lucky blow.
Yeah, that's actually very, very important. It's like the percentage of chances.
Yep. So, yeah. I'm not sure how much more longer to keep the stream going for. I was thinking about potentially going shopping with my brother, maybe watching Sweet Home. I don't know. I mean, I'll definitely keep it going for a little bit if you guys want. I mean, we did get the main event out of the way. At this point, it's just aftermath at this point.
Yeah, that's cool. Well,
But yeah, like I said, there's a lot going on behind the scenes with Blood Royale. I know a lot of people have been impatient. Some people like Fish and Kevin have said, where's Blood Royale? I keep saying, it's a work in progress. This is something I've been working very hard on for a long time. The more resources and manpower I get at my disposal, the faster I could potentially get these episodes out. But right now, I have a small crack team to work with. And don't get me wrong, I'm grateful to have even a small team at my disposal. And I hope to someday grow it. The more donations I can get. What? The more donations I'm able to get on websites like Patreon. And I do plan on starting my own website at some point. So that way I can just have my merch store. I can have my own merch store and my own donation category on my website. I just got to figure out how to get that all set up. I need to do a little bit of research on website building, and then I got to buy a domain name. I'll get back to you guys on that. But the more donations I'm able to get, and if I'm ever able to get sponsorships later on, then I could be able to do more. Because I really want Blood Royale to be something special. I truly do. Blood Royale is as important to me as being able to adapt one of my scripts I've been working on into an actual anime. Because I'm more than just talk, and I'm going to prove it. And like I said, I cannot wait to see your guys' reaction to the Season 1 lineup. I'm going to try to get working on that tonight. Because one thing I will say is I have mentioned this on my Twitter, if you follow it, that I found Harry Potter an opponent, and Harry Potter is now confirmed for Season 1. I'm not going to say who the opponent is for obvious reasons, but Harry Potter. For any Harry Potter fans watching, you're going to get to see Harry Potter on Season 1.
Just don't strain yourself, Kimi.
Yep. Don't worry, I'm not. Really, the only thing that really holds me back is just I work a lot of hours at my job for obvious reasons. I would like to be able to go back to doing this full time. Like I said, more donations I get on Patreon, the more ads and sponsorships I can get. If YouTube will stop being a fucking dick to me and give me my money, then I can go back to doing this full time like I used to.
Gotcha.
If I'm being fair, this isn't really a spoiler, as I already kind of pseudo-announced this, but yes, this is going to be confirmed. Link versus Gilgamesh.
It's funny that
I don't know anything about Gilgamesh to say anything.
Doesn't Gilgamesh destroy Link, though?
No, Link is very overpowered, and you will quickly understand why. Even me and one of my researchers, we debated because
to Cloud, though.
No, Link does not die horribly against Cloud. If you listen, I'll explain to you. Now, me and my researchers, when I think of a matchup, I go over it with my researchers and we debate it, sometimes for hours. The only other confirmed matchup that you guys are aware of is Misaka versus Rin Tosaka. Now, me and two of my researchers, we debated that matchup for hours, going over everything. And we came to the conclusion that is a worthy matchup, worthy of debate. With Link versus Gilgamesh, me and him, we debated. At first, it was just kind of a thing I wasn't really taking all that seriously. But as the debate went along, both me and my other research partner were impressed with just how even things were. For every noble phantasm Gilgamesh had in his vault that could have posed a threat to Link, Link had some kind of counter to it. We just kept going back and forth. No matter what Gilgamesh had, Link was able to counter it.
Okay, but what about the stats?
That's how you know you have a good matchup.
Doesn't Gilgamesh split?
I do not know yet.
Doesn't Gilgamesh split?
That's what the result. We will have to let the results.
Those tools are going to be useless. He doesn't even get the chance to pull them out.
Someone just suggested Crash Bandicoot against Donkey Kong.
How about
Donkey Kong slaps him with his Donkey Kong. All right, moving on.
I give you a Crash matchup after a couple of beers. How about that? Although you're not going to hear from me for the rest of the night.
Okay, guys, I'm here to announce episode 1 of Fight to the Finish. It is going to be Raiden from Metal Gear versus Yorha2B from Nier Automata. Keep an eye out for that because it's going to be awesome.
Truth be told, I only think that Raiden versus 2B is a decent matchup at best. I still find it a borderline mirror matchup.
Oh, wait. I still haven't explained to you what the theme was for Julius versus Sly.
Okay, guys in the chat, what do you think about 2B versus Raiden? Let's have your opinion.
This should be interesting.
Because the matchup basically comes down to they're both robots that I assume your logic is they're both robots that fight for justice and the greater good.
No, they're just
Have you played the games?
People.
No. I've always wanted to play Metal Gear Solid Revengeance, but I've never been able to get myself a copy.
Revengeance. I don't have two.
And as for Nier Automata, I have thought about buying it. The only problem is there's no way that Nier Automata is going to run on my hunk of bitch laptop. So maybe I'll potentially get Nier Automata when I get my gaming PC hooked up, because I have seen it on sale a couple of times. And I'll consider, because I have heard good things about Nier. I have heard good things about Nier Automata. So it's not like a game it's not like it's a game I wouldn't be against buying. It's just that I don't have the ability to play it right now. And as for Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, I could just never find a fucking copy unless I look for it online.
Who the hell is Velvet Crow?
Velvet Crow, ain't that a Ruby character? Ain't Velvet Crow a Ruby character?
Well, I mean, there's a Ruby character named Velvet, and there's a Ruby character named Crow. But I don't think it's first.
I really wish people would stop underestimating Link and overestimating Gilgamesh. Yes, Gilgamesh is very powerful. He's not invincible, though. He has been defeated in combat before. And he's not even the most powerful Fate servant, not even by a long shot. There are servants in Fate that could absolutely air juggle Gilgamesh's candy ass. And Link is a lot more powerful than people give him credit for, and it's infuriating that I even have to explain this.
Well, I'm sure this will definitely be an educational one.
Mm-hmm. But Death Battle's most likely going to remake Link versus Cloud and have Cloud decimate.
Yes, I've been hearing all kinds of rumors about that, and if they do remake Link versus Cloud, I'm going to be pissed. Now, and I'm saying this as someone who actually enjoyed Link versus Cloud, even though I hate the logic behind the matchup and I hate how they lowballed Link. And here's the thing: I'm both a Final Fantasy and a Zelda fan. There's no bias coming from me. While I would prefer Link winning over Cloud, because if I'm being fair, though I do love Final Fantasy, I don't like Cloud as much as other people do. I think Cloud is a very overrated character. I think Final Fantasy VII is very overrated. I would prefer like Link versus Cecil or something like that. I think that would be far more interesting.
Final Fantasy IX is one of my favorites.
Yeah, I say characters like Cecil, Celes, Kain, Terra, they're far more interesting.
Oh, Velvet Crow is from Tales of Berseria.
I'm excited.
Oh, Velvet Crow is from one of the Tales games. I have not played them, so I don't know what to tell you.
Spoiler alert to anyone who knows me, but no Sword Art Online character will ever appear on Blood Royale. Ever, ever, ever.
No Gary Seuss or Mary Seuss.
I don't know. This should be a rule, but I'm going to make this perfectly clear. There are going to be a couple of rules with Blood Royale. One of those rules is going to be no Mary Sues or Gary Stews. I refuse. Say it, and I don't care what you Sword Art Online fans say. Kirito is a Gary Stew. There is no argument against that. Kirito is a Gary Stew, and Kirito versus Link makes no fucking sense anyway. What, just because they both use swords? Get fucked. See, I'm not putting Link against Gilgamesh because he uses swords. I'm putting Link versus Gilgamesh because the King of Heroes versus the Hero of Time being a very simple and easy connection, but watching these two characters that have massive arsenals, possibly the greatest arsenals of any character ever, with near limitless possibilities of what they're capable of, is very interesting. Watching Gilgamesh literally have to throw everything in the kitchen sink at Link and seeing can Link counter everything Gilgamesh has to throw at him. Seeing all the creative ways Link can potentially counter Gilgamesh, I think will make for an interesting battle. And like I said, me and my researcher, we talk about these matchups for sometimes hours. We go over everything. So if you think you've thought of something in terms of why Gilgamesh would be able to defeat Link, I assure you, me and my researcher already
What about
thought
his
of it
speed advantage?
way before you even thought of it.
What about his speed advantage?
What speed advantage? You do know that Link is casually faster than light, right?
Yes, but fake characters are massively faster than light.
Oh yeah? Based on what? Because Gilgamesh is about on par with Saber, who is FTL. And he does have a ship that moves at the speed of thought, which I was able to find a calculation for. However, his speed is not infallible because he did get defeated by Shiro. Now, granted, he wasn't taking Shiro seriously, and this was when he went through his arrogant phase. And I'm using the Fate Strange Fake version of Gilgamesh, which is the current most powerful version, and his arrogance is removed, and he now takes his opponents more seriously.
He flew 1,500 light years in a short period and positioned himself between his master and Kiara while flying at such speeds.
Also, rather Gilgamesh is massively faster than light. I will go over this with my researcher, but Link is within the faster than light ranges as well. It's likely that Link will be able to keep up. Remember, Link can dodge lasers, and for those of you who remember, when I was debating, I don't know, well, maybe some of you won't know this, but I used to have this group on Facebook with a bunch of people, and we were talking about different matchup ideas, and I brought up this interesting thing, how lasers are like they're 300 times the speed of light or something like that. Like, dodging lasers are no fucking joke. Link can casually dodge lasers like it's nothing. He can literally walk right past a monster trying to shoot a laser from him. Walk right past. Okay? Link is probably likely within the massively faster than light ranges as well. Because I'll see if I can find that calculation again, but dodging lasers, no joke, not a simple feat. Also, keep in mind that Link's nemesis, Ganondorf, can dodge light arrows at point-blank range without even looking.
Isn't the only thing that can kill him the Master Sword?
There's a couple of ways that you can kill Ganon. You can kill him with holy weapons, or you can kill him with a silver arrow.
Or you can straight up rip him to pieces. He can't heal from that.
Well,
yes, he can, because in Twilight Princess, Midna literally disintegrated Ganondorf on a microscopic level, and he casually got back up from that.
Yeah.
Well, how about turning to stone?
He literally disintegrated Ganondorf into little tiny molecules of what might as well just be dust. And then he just gets back up, goes into his transformation like nothing even happened.
And then he also resisted it like a holy weapon once when they tried executing him.
Well, Ganondorf did get fucked over when he got petrified, turned to stone.
Yeah. Although, to be fair, he was petrified when getting stabbed by the Master Sword. It's potentially possible that that was the result of the Master Sword.
Petrification is not within the Master Sword's moveset.
I'm not saying that the Master Sword has the power of petrification, but it likely just the Master Sword killed him, and he was likely petrified as some kind of side effect or consequence. I don't know. It's not exactly fully made clear why Ganon turned to stone in Wind Waker. There may have been an explanation, but right off the top of my head, I can't think of why that happened. The only thing I can assume is getting killed by the Master Sword had some kind of.
You can beat Ganondorf with petrification too now, can't you?
Someone said that Crash has dodged lasers consistently. Someone said that in the chat.
Well, so is Spyro. Your point?
Crash Bandicoot. Yes, I've never denied that Crash isn't fast. My only real problem with Crash is his weak arsenal and his intelligence. I think that Crash has a pretty pitiful arsenal. He's not the greatest fighter in the world. Now,
his robot fires fucking
a very good fighter.
This robot fires fucking fruits. That should tell you how strong he is.
Yeah.
Okay,
like,
again, sorry,
his
guys.
special attack is literally just him spinning around. One of his other attacks is jumping on someone Mario style. And many of his weapons are a joke.
And it's funny that Fan War Poem against Sonic, who fights against giant mechas all the time.
I mean, yeah. So, hey, Kimi.
What?
Hey. You like? Okay, I know you've kind of been going on. You always talk about how there are like certain guidelines you have for making a good matchup. Are you actually going to make a video on that or something? Just so, you know, if I ever feel like doing a matchup again, and it's something I've somewhat semi-retired from fan fiction.
Don't worry, their time is coming. They're not going to escape me. I have plans to deal with them. It's just that with not Death Battle, there's just so much concentrated bullshit. I gotta find a way to respond to not Death Battle without making a feature-length film. You know what I mean? Because there's just so much wrong with the things that they say. Why in the love of shit would I do Harry Potter versus Light?
That doesn't make any sense.
Like that you are so far off field. You're not even in the ballpark, and you're in the ocean 50 miles away. That's how off base you are.
I would not expect any less from Kai Kai.
Yeah, he's always been a bit of.
Why would Link get blown away by, quote, the nuke sword? You know, Link has survived lots of different explosions, right? And he's got back up like it was nothing. Link could literally kamikaze himself, and he'll just get right back up. Link is very tough.
Yeah, there's the mask in Majora's Mask that causes you to blow yourself up, but Link's still standing after that.
Also, I hate to break it to you, but Link has access to armor. One armor in particular, Link has access to an armor that makes him completely 100% invulnerable so long as it remains active. Link is literally invincible.
One of the worst.
Stop trying to downplay Link. Link is so fucking powerful. This is why I'm going to be making a video. I don't know when it's going to come out. I'm going to be making a video called Link is Stronger Than You Think. I'm so sick of people downplaying Link. He is ridiculously powerful. There's a lot of characters I would have a hard time trying to take Link.
I mean, he is called the hero of time for a reason, right? I mean, he's survived the test of time for a reason. He's just... Okay, fuck. Never mind. My words are failing me.
Yeah. Another death battle matchup idea that I really do not think is a good idea is Megatron versus Frieza.
I never understood that.
I've never understood that matchup. It's never made sense to me.
Never made sense.
I can literally only assume the only reason is because they're both like classic villains or some stupid crap like that.
I mean, that is just okay. I'm not even going to be.
Nope, they actually take themselves seriously enough to do research and go over feats. They try to laugh themselves off as a parody, but they do take themselves seriously enough to at least do research and try to explain why X character wins, and they even go through the trouble of animating fights.
So apparently they even make fucking Cinder versus Reboot Virgil look brilliant.
Not Death Battle had the audacity to do AVGN versus the Nostalgia Critic, and I swear to fuck I'm going to get them for that one of these days.
Well, the same guy who made that also made a terrible Godzilla top 10 list.
Yes, but the reason why Megatron versus
Link
Frieza
can travel in between dimensions and casually control time. Irrelevant point.
The reason why I don't like Megatron versus Frieza is because that Megatron wins. Not only does he have antimatter, something that DBZ does not have, which would turn him into pure energy, he also has Dark Energon, which rots biological matter on contact and can resurrect him from the dead. He also has miniature versions of himself that can turn into guns. And when someone grabs those guns, he takes control of their mind. So
Anyways,
basically, even touching Megatron will be a death sentence to you.
So to put it simply, Megatron is a even more dangerous version of Baragon. Not Baragon from Godzilla, Baragon from Bleach.
Exactly.
Because he had a very similar power. He had the power of senescence. Anything he touched would rapidly age and rot into dust. So, of course, it's not the exact same power, but that's kind of what that reminds me of.
Megatron isn't particularly durable. He never underwent the Phase 6 upgrade. And it's just as breakable as any other Cybertron.
He's been
However,
by his boyfriend Optimus.
That means fuck all, and he can vaporize you 3 different ways by being touched.
You might as well put an actual You might as well put an actual lizard against a. You might as well put like an actual lizard against a giant ape or something. Like it makes about as much sense. King Kong versus King Kong versus King Kong versus Godzilla is a joke. Nobody's taking it seriously.
Godzilla slams.
King Kong, like even some of
even the movie,
fans,
even the leaked movie shit. Even
some of
the movie is confirming that Godzilla.
That if you run the fight
in the movie
multiple times,
I feel as though the movie's going to end with Mechagodzilla appearing and them fighting him instead.
Well, if you know anything about versus movies, you know they never have winners. They rarely ever have winners. It usually ends in some kind of stalemate. But anyway, like I was trying to say, if I didn't forget. So, with King Kong vs. Godzilla, even some of Fish's fans said that King Kong vs. Godzilla is a terrible idea and they don't even want him to do it. Some of them, not all of them, of course, but some of them said, like, they agreed with me that in an actual legit fight, Godzilla would win like 10 times out of 10. King Kong would not be able to get a single win against Godzilla, even if you threw him against the weakest version of Godzilla, most likely. King Kong would die.
Yeah, he has.
King Kong, he's just a 50-foot tall ape. That's all he is.
Taken down by gunfire in the 1940s.
Yeah, he was killed by gunfire back when shit was still in black and white, I think.
Hey,
meanwhile, Godzilla's eating.
Also, he died from falling off of a building. You think if Godzilla fell off the Empire State Building, he'd die? He'd most likely get back up. And
maybe Zilla would.
Got hit by a meteorite directly.
Maybe Zilla, the one that fought.
I think even if you use the weakest version of Godzilla from the Godzilla movie that everyone shits on, even fans don't like it. I think even that version of Godzilla, which was so shitty that it got one shot by the real Godzilla in one of the movies.
Final Wars.
I feel like even that version of Godzilla would do a better job.
Yeah.
Oh, Zilla? You're talking about Zilla?
Yeah, and Zilla
Yeah,
was the version of Godzilla that they had get one shot by the real Godzilla as a joke in one of the Japanese movies.
Well, actually,
Yeah,
if you read
Zilla's-
the comics, there was a more like actual legit fight between Zilla and Godzilla.
Yeah, no, I'm just talking about the movies. In the movies, there was a scene where Zilla just got one shot. I assume as fan service for all
Zilla's
the
more
Godzilla
Far
fans
worse
I
felt
thought it might be worth
offended by
bringing
Godzilla 1997.
up. Like, I feel like
Yeah,
there's-
Zilla is basically a Godzilla that gave up all of his durability and put it all on speed.
Yeah, but even then, like you have to consider King Kong, not very fast. He's a little strong. I'll give him that. He's a little strong, but nothing compared to what I assume Godzilla's capable of. And King Kong doesn't have much in the way of durability. He can be hurt and killed with enough gunfire.
Yeah,
Even
Zilla's
Mothra
kind of
is
squishy.
Yeah, if I remember
Zilla's
correctly,
kinda squishy.
Zilla couldn't even be stopped by the military. Now, I've never seen the movie, but from what I remember, the military
No,
tried to stop Zilla, and it didn't work because none of their weapons could get through him.
He got shit on by the missiles at the
by
end.
some airplane missiles, by some jet missiles, killed him.
Okay, well then
Yeah.
maybe King Kong could potentially kill Zilla, but even then, it's a stretch.
Even
Because
1950.
let's be real. If they shot a missile at King Kong, he's gonna die. Let's be honest here.
They shot a missile at Zilla, he'd die. That guy's squishy. And people want him to fight the Goku that appeared in Dragon Ball Evolution.
King Kong versus
Zilla versus Evolution Goku.
How about King Kong?
I guess
versus
I
gay
guess you're asking
Zilla?
that as like
King
a
Kong's gay trap brother. I mean Godzilla's gay trap brother. Fuck, I hate my brain sometimes.
Yeah, and then there's people that has actually tried to say that King Kong can actually beat Mothra, even though like Mothra actually has
I'd say King Kong versus the Beast Titan is a better fight.
Maybe Zilla versus the Cloverfield monster could be interesting.
Maybe.
Well, Cloverfield really doesn't have too much feats.
Yeah, that's the only problem with the Cloverfield monster. It's borderline featless because the whole point of the Cloverfield monster is is we're supposed to barely see anything of it to like add to the fear.
Yeah,
I don't know if they ever expanded upon what the Cloverfield monster is capable of because I know the Cloverfield series got turned into a trilogy.
Yeah,
He's just extremely big. That's the reason why. He's just extremely big.
Well, we do know that it was at least strong enough to take out the Statue of Liberty. We do at least know that.
Yeah, that's
I'm not
like
saying that's the
large
greatest
building
feat in
city
the world,
block
but
level.
we can at least go off of stuff like that. It can throw around tanks. It can take out the Statue of Liberty. That's at least something.
Yeah, I don't know how Zilla scales to that.
I think that Teen Gohan fighter is a blight upon the entire Versus community and needs to go away.
Oh yeah, he tried to say like
Crash Bandicoot with the quantum mass versus Godzilla. Hey, Jeremy,
Don't
are you
worry,
aware
I'm
that
going
there's
to
a
be-
version of Godzilla that killed God?
Probably the next time I live stream, or maybe I'll do it for a podcast episode, I'm going to be doing a tier ranker video where I'm going to look at all that I'm going to be ranking the best and worst versus debaters, and I'm only going to be doing versus debaters that have some kind of reputation in the community. If I go off of just anyone that is in the versus community, I would have like hundreds of people. So I'm only going to be going off of those that have a reputation. Me, Seth, Clyde, Teen Gohan Fighter, Animation Rewind, Fan War, Not Death Battle. They have to have some kind of reputation in the community.
Okay, so none of the guys I mentioned earlier.
So, what do you think of the next death battle, Yoda versus King Mickey?
I've already given my thoughts on it. I think it's stupid. If you follow my Twitter, I've been very vocal about it. I feel, as a Star Wars fan, I feel insulted and offended as a Star Wars fan. I don't even want to see the fight, but I'm probably going to end up having to watch it anyway. I hate it.
Personally, I
Star Wars versus Disney is so...
It's not exactly Disney. It's Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah, which is one half Disney.
It's a Disney character. It's Disney's mascot. Don't try to give Death Battle the benefit of the doubt. It's fucking Disney versus Star Wars. That's what they're advertising it as, and it's
They're
so
gonna
fucking
have the
ridiculous
mascot of
given
an
what's
evil
going on with Star
corporation.
Wars right now.
They're gonna have the
Star Wars
mascot.
makes me want to fucking kill myself.
Yeah,
They're gonna have the mascot of an evil corporation bludgeon an elderly ketamine-addicted frog to death.
Yeah, poor Yoda.
It's a giant key.
It pisses me off because yes, Yoda is a powerful Jedi. He's not the most powerful Jedi. Most certainly not strong enough to fight a Kingdom Hearts character. Let me put some perspective. You would need someone like Darth Nihilus or Darth Treya to fight a Kingdom Hearts character. You know, those Force users that can crack universes and destroy the Force itself.
For possibly someone like, well, I'm going a bit obscure here. I learned from one matchup a character named XR Kun, who, unless there is someone else, is probably the only Force user that I've seen that delved into alchemy and found ways to actually more properly
Kingdom
weaponize
Hearts
the Force.
versus Star Wars is a stupid matchup that makes no flipping sense. I don't even know where the hell they're even going with this. Like, from what I can gather from it, it has something to do with like them being wise and respected generals or some stupid garbage like that. Like they're wise, respected leaders of organizations.
Watch them
or
say
something
it's
like
because they have funny-looking ears and voices.
And they're having Devil's Artemis animated, so we already know what we're in for.
Yeah, Devil Artemis is always for goofy animations.
Yeah, I mean, I admire his talents, but he usually makes his fights very goofy.
Yeah, even as bad as Batgirl versus Spider-Gwen was, it had some silly moments. Like when Spider-Gwen caught the explosive batarang and it was like, oh, fuck me.
That's why humor is going, with the exception of joke blood royales, humor is going to be mostly absent from Blood Royale. I am going to just be very serious and straightforward for the most part. Maybe I'll crack a joke here and there because even Deadliest Warrior would crack a nice joke here and there. But for the most part, I'm not going to focus on puns, jokes, or humors. I'm not going to bring the episode to a screeching halt just for a shitty joke. Absolutely not.
Never. Or like, that shouldn't even be an option. Like,
but
yeah,
I would say I'm probably about halfway through the season 1 lineup. Let's see, right now I have episode 1, 2, 3, and 4, and I'm still figuring out the others, and there's others I'm still thinking about. However, there are certain characters that don't have opponents yet that I have here. For example, Hyun-Soo, Guts, Lucy, none of them have opponents right now. I also got a suggestion of Marcus Phoenix from Gears of War, but I do not have an opponent for him yet either.
would you consider Claire from Claymore from the fight against Guts? Or is that too much?
The girl from Claymore, maybe, but I don't know. I don't want Guts versus his opponent to just be another sword fight.
Just fight for that there. Honestly, I still need to finish the manga. I probably shouldn't say.
Don't worry, I'll get this sorted out. Damn it, I hate it when my stutter comes out.
Sometimes my brain doesn't even want to work at all.
Mine too.
Contrary to what a lot of people are used to, I know they think that I talk very slow, but I actually naturally talk very fast. It's my depression that makes me talk slow. And I've always had this problem in life where I would talk so fast, I ended up having a stutter because of it. And I always got bullied for it.
How about Samurai Jack versus Guts?
No, fucking no, and furthermore, why?
Hey, just spitballing here. You said you have no idea.
Also,
what,
have you ever
I
seen
think,
Guts
I think we'll
jump
just wait it
good?
out a little bit.
I don't think so.
What are you
Find
saying?
someone who jumps good.
What did you say?
I said, have you ever seen Guts
Not you.
jump good? I don't think so. Find me
Not
someone
you.
who can jump good, and we'll talk.
Kimi, I think he was talking to me.
Yeah, you.
I was talking to whoever suggested Samurai Jack, and if you don't get what that reference is, you disappoint me.
I got the reference.
I did too. So you were saying, Ross?
I'm just saying, you know what?
Also, keep in mind, Guts is well known for being able to break swords in a single strike. So maybe don't put him against somebody whose only weapon is a sword, because odds are, unless it's a special sword, Guts might be able to break it.
Yeah, but I think overall we'll just, you know what? Since we're not even at Guts yet, let's just not worry about that. You know, maybe
Also,
we'll do something to jump the gun.
Jack is light speed. Guts is a lightning timer at best. That would be an unfair matchup in Guts' favor. I mean, not in Guts' favor, in Jack's favor. Guts would have a hard time hitting Jack. Now, granted, Guts has faced enemies before that are faster than him and has still prevailed, but I don't know if he would even be able to.
Doesn't Guts fight characters higher on him on a daily basis and win? I was making fun of Death Battle.
I might end up wrapping this up. I might end up wrapping this up soon. But yeah, I think I was able to get a decent stream going though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this was pretty fun.
Yeah. Marcus Phoenix versus Grayson Hunt. I'll look into it, but I'm not familiar.
What about
with
Marcus Phoenix versus
Keep
Gordon
in mind,
Freeman?
I usually will research these matchups for sometimes months on end. So if it's a character I'm not familiar with, it could take a long time for me to find them an opponent because I have to get familiar with the character.
You know, I got a dumb death battle idea for you if you ever need a topic for that.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
How about Marcus Phoenix versus Commander Shepard?
I'm pretty sure that's I don't know. Again, I don't know very much, but I imagine Commander Shepard probably whoops his ass. But then again, I don't know enough about Mass Effect to know like if Commander Shepard's super powerful or not.
We'll have to look into this. To be continued on that regard.
I'm sure I'll be able to figure it out. I just need a little bit of time.
Yeah.
You know what? Maybe what I'll do is maybe I'll put him against a colonial marine like Hicks or something like that. Maybe that could work.
Yeah.
I'll do a little research on it. Maybe I can do Marcus Phoenix versus a colonial marine.
What about Doom Guy versus Ultramarine?
Don't even say Doomslayer. Don't even fucking think about it.
I was going to say Doomslayer versus the Ultramarine.
But anyway, maybe what I can do is if I do a colonial marine versus Marcus, maybe what I can do is similar to Death Battle. I can have a squad-on-squad fight where Marcus can bring some of his buddies along and Hicks or whatever Marine I decide to go with can bring a platoon of his Marines with him, and it can be a squad-on-squad gunfight reminiscent of what we saw in Deadliest Warrior.
Oh, that would be kick-ass.
Yeah. Again, I'll think about it, though. I'll have to see if that's something that's within my limitations, because right now Blood Royale is going to be heavily limited. I'm going to try to expand Blood Royale over time. That might be something I might have to save for a potential later season. It all really depends.
Okay. In case you're wondering,
it just requires the right amount of it just requires the right opponent, but it's also going to be like, can I get a good script for it? And can one of my, because right now I only have 2 3D animators and 1 2D animator to work with. That's all I have to work with right now. I'm trying to expand and finding more animators to join me, but right now that's all I got.
mean, it's a start.
Yeah, so if you ever know any animators that are interested in joining me, feel free to send them my way.
None that would know personally.
Yeah, so I'll definitely, like, after the stream, I'll do some thinking on some of these matchups because I do, like I said, I do care about bringing your guys' dream matchups to life. Because I will admit, some of these matchups for me are dream matchups. Like, for example, I've personally always wanted to see Simon Belmont versus Ghost Rider, and there are a couple other dream matchups I want to be able to do, but not all of my dream matchups can be done. For example, Ulquiola versus Kimimorra, very messy. Lucy versus Accelerator, absolute disaster.
Yeah, well, recently I came up with James Heller versus Ustanak, and, well, let's just say I'm scrapping that for the greater good.
Yeah. Like I said, I really wanted to do Lucy versus Accelerator. I had it planned out and everything. It was going to be a big, grand season finale with Lucy and Accelerator essentially causing the apocalypse. But sadly, it would never get that far because Lucy would die real quickly. She would have to go all out right out the gate, and Accelerator is well known for going all out right off the bat. So odds are Lucy would die pretty quickly. Even if I give her maximum benefit of the doubt, and say she's planet level, it would still mean nothing to Accelerator.
Yeah, I guess I need
maximum benefit of the doubt. You can get her at sub-relativistic and planet level. But in order to make her planet level, you do have to give her some benefit of the doubt because some people are kind of iffy on if Lucy is actually planet level or not. There are statements, but there's not many visuals to back it up. But I did potentially find something. I just haven't found a visual of it, though. That's the only thing that makes it frustrating because people will be skeptical if you only have a statement to go off of, rightfully so. Not all statements are automatically bullshit, but you do have to be skeptical of them. Some statements can be exaggerated.
Yeah.
Or in the case of Death Battle, you take something in a data book seriously, like when it said Ichigo moves like lightning, and say, yes, Ichigo's a lightning timer, even though that's bullshit.
Hey, Ichigo way faster than that.
Motherfuckers that were faster than light before he even unleashed his Bankai.
And Death Battle saying that Supersonic was close to the speed of light by using a Smash Bros. Trophy. What type of bullshit crap is that?
What the fuck?
I like how they used Smash Bros. In every single Nintendo character except for Pit, who is confirmed to be canonically to have a Smash Bros.
Well, I do believe that there is a special exception for Smash because I think that Smash is canon in some weird way. I can't remember if Nintendo ever explained it, but I think they did explain that Smash is canon in some way.
Well,
Smash is canon
would
to
definitely
Kid
love to hear that explanation.
Smash is canon to Kid Icarus.
Yeah.
One no.
Because,
don't play.
Because it's similar in the way that Dissidia is canon.
Yeah.
Because Dissidia literally connects all the characters from all the different timelines and universes together.
Yes, I'd like to see how Zidane can actually stand against X-Death.
Zidane could probably do quite well against X-Death, considering that he defeated Necron, who was also going to return the entire world to the void. And Necron is also the embodiment of death in the context of the Final Fantasy universe. Zidane ain't no joke. He's pretty tough.
Yeah, but he's not going to win against X-Death. Not at all.
Well, it all depends. Because remember, Zidane exists within a pretty broken universe.
Artemisia is overpowered as well.
I like how you keep calling
a super fuck-off move called Soul Blade, which inflicts you with a random status ailment. And that move is very broken. You can take Zidane into the PvP on Brave Exvius and just absolutely wreck people with Soul Blade. So essentially, Zidane has his own version of Grand Cross, which is X-Death and Necron's signature move.
Let's see here.
Yeah, I like how you keep calling
find
Final
an
Fantasy a broken universe, as if you haven't heard anything about Touhou. There's like over 100 characters throughout all of canon, and yet half of them can easily smash like 70% of all fiction.
Yeah, like how Astolfo can smash 99.9% of all heterosexualities. It's his greatest power yet.
Would you believe me if I said it's the main reason why I want to watch Fate?
An example of just how strong Astolfo's power is, even females can fall victim to it and make females question their sexuality.
I guess you would believe me then.
I might even slip that in there as a small joke if I ever have Astolfo on Blood Royale. I won't make it very obvious, but I'll slip somewhere in there when I'm talking about his powers on like a list or something and just put the ability to end all heterosexualities and see how many people pick up on it.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, just wait until you see Yumineko. That is bullshit levels of OP.
I'll look these characters up.
See,
but yeah.
One fight I would definitely love to see would be one that involves Jin Sakai from Ghost of Tsushima.
Sagume Kenshin. Oh, let's see. Her ability is that she can reverse a situation with her words.
I'll think about it. However, you have to understand, as a Final Fantasy fan, I am offended by 15's existence, and I try to pretend that Noctis in Final Fantasy 15 never existed. I have a lot of PTSD surrounding the new Final Fantasy games, and I want to pretend they don't exist, and I already hate Final Fantasy 16, and I'm likely going to pretend that game never existed.
Would you judge
I
me
don't like the path that Final Fantasy.
bad?
I don't like the path that Final Fantasy is going down. And someday I'll dedicate an entire marathon or month to Final Fantasy to talk about how it all began and where it all went wrong. Because basically anything beyond Final Fantasy 12, I pretty much despise.
I don't think that 15 is a bad game per se. It's
a bad Final Fantasy game. I've explained the same thing with Final Fantasy
I'm
12.
like a game
Yeah,
itself.
sure, Final Fantasy 12 isn't a bad game per se, but it's a terrible Final Fantasy game. And if you're a hardcore fan like me, you're going to be triggered as fuck by Final Fantasy 15 and Final Fantasy 12. For as shitty as Final Fantasy 13 is, and don't get me wrong, 13 is a pile of shit, at least I can say 13 is a Final Fantasy game. 12 and 15 are not Final Fantasy games. They just aren't.
So, like, if they didn't, like, if they had no involvement with Final Fantasy, whatever, you'd be
Yes,
fine.
if they didn't have the Final Fantasy name on there, I would let it go. But
Okay,
that's the
so-
problem. It has the audacity to call itself Final Fantasy. And I found out that Final Fantasy 12 isn't actually Final Fantasy 12. It's a part of the fucking Tactics spin-off series.
Wait, what?
I don't know if
Yes.
Tactics.
Final Fantasy 12 is a part of the Tactics series. It even takes place in Ivalice.
And how's that count?
Exactly. So Final Fantasy 12 shouldn't even be Final Fantasy 12. It should be Final Fantasy Tactics or some stupid shit like that. There's just so much wrong with Final Fantasy 12 alone, and that's not even getting me started on Final Fantasy 15, which is somehow even worse.
So I guess this is kind of like whenever I hear somebody basically not talking about being able to talk about the Devil May Cry reboot without getting triggered.
Pretty much, yeah. Like if I ever do those Final Fantasy like retrospective, and I get to 12, you are going to see me just genuinely triggered, offended, and pissed off. I'm going to be so fucking miserable having to talk about Final Fantasy 12. I hate Final Fantasy 12 so much.
Well,
I really do. I wish it never fucking existed.
Well, I mean, I personally don't want you to make a video that would upset you.
Well, sometimes it is what it is. Sometimes I got to make videos about things I don't always want to make videos about. It just sometimes happens. Now, sure, I don't have to make a review, but if I'm going to make a Final Fantasy retrospective, I might as well go all the way.
Well, I admire your commitment.
Plus, here's the thing, though I won't be happy, I am still a Final Fantasy fan. I am still passionate about the series, and I'm just coming from the perspective of a fan that has had enough, and I just want Final Fantasy to be what it used to be. And what pisses me off is Square Enix already did that. They made a series called Bravely Default that has nothing to do with Final Fantasy, but is more like Final Fantasy than any Final Fantasy game that has come out after 12. And as a result, I love the Bravely Default series to the point where I've said, you know what? Just destroy the entire Final Fantasy universe and have it be reborn as the Bravely Default universe and just start over from scratch.
I'm kind of like that
with
a few of the Assassin's Creed games.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I wish they would do, because I bought Bravely Default 2, and it feels like Final Fantasy again. It sounds like Final Fantasy again. That's all I want. I just want my Final Fantasy game to be a Final Fantasy game. I don't think that that's unreasonable. And like I said, I'm sure that Final Fantasy 15 and 12 are fine games, but as Final Fantasy games, they have no right to have the fucking name. If they were their own IPs, like for example, if Bravely Default was Final Fantasy 12 and let's say like Final Fantasy 15 was connected to the Nier franchise in some way, I would have no problem with them. None whatsoever.
So, okay, that kind of got me thinking, like, which Final Fantasy game characters would you rather see crossover with Kingdom Hearts?
Here's the thing, a lot of the characters have already crossed over with Kingdom Hearts.
Well, mostly 7.
Yeah, but characters from 8 and 10 have shown up as well.
Yeah.
And characters from 6, like Setzer, have also shown up. I would like it if they brought characters like Tella, Cecil, and Kane into it, because not Tella, Terra, Selly, Cecil, Kane. Those are some of the best characters. I would love a world in Kingdom Hearts where you have Cecil joining your side as an ally. That would be fucking awesome.
Kind of like how you met fuck, I keep forgetting his name, like Oleron, who kind of joins Donald and Goofy in the Underworld, basically.
Yeah, Auron also showed up in Kingdom Hearts, and it was fucking awesome to see Auron again, because Auron is literally one of the only good things in Final Fantasy X. Don't get me wrong, Final Fantasy X is an okay Final Fantasy game, but the story and characters are some of the worst in the entire franchise. But the gameplay is still pretty solid, though. The music is also pretty good. Final Fantasy X is one of those mixed bag things. The story and characters are wretched, with the exception of characters like Jecht and Auron, whereas everyone else is just, like, to quote Spoonie, a vapid, irritating dill hole. Especially in regards to Titus. Don't get me wrong, I like Titus's sword. The Brotherhood is really cool, but Titus is a shitty character.
I see. Yeah.
Yuna is a useless doormat. Riku is lolly bait. Lulu is just a pair of walking tits. Waka might be the worst one of all, and Kamari offers nothing.
So I see. Still, yeah. Again, I guess I'm kind of like that, but with the Assassin's Creed games.
I'm sorry, but I hate to be this way to you, but this is a massive oxymoron. You can't say that Final Fantasy 15 is your favorite Final Fantasy game, because it's a paradox. This isn't a Final Fantasy game.
I guess
it's like playing World of Warcraft and saying it's your favorite D&D game. It makes no fucking sense. It's an oxymoron of epic proportions. It may call itself Final Fantasy, but it's not Final Fantasy, and it never will be. Well, sorry, but those RPG mechanics are what longtime fans like me loved about Final Fantasy. I miss those old school mechanics and I want them back. Final Fantasy to me is a traditional turn-based JRPG and it should remain as such. Maybe I misused the word paradox, but the point is it's not a Final Fantasy game, and it's a massive oxymoron to say Final Fantasy 15 or Final Fantasy 12 is your favorite Final Fantasy game because they're not Final Fantasy games, especially in regards to 15. It's essentially a new IP with Final Fantasy slapped on it.
I'm trying to think. I feel like I've had a similar experience with a game franchise I'm a bit more attached to, but I legitimately can't name it. And maybe it'll come back to me later.
Well, I kind of feel like that was with Sonic. Sonic is really going down the shitter right now. Hopefully, one to make a good Sonic game.
Yeah, the way I feel about Final Fantasy is how Sonic fans feel about the 3D Sonic games. It's essentially very similar to that. They just don't feel like Final Fantasy, and it misses the point of what made Final Fantasy great. Same thing with the new Sonic games. They don't feel like Sonic, and they miss the entire point of what Sonic was supposed to be. Even I, a fan of Shadow the Hedgehog, can admit that Shadow the Hedgehog really has no right to call itself a Sonic game because it really isn't.
No.
While I personally enjoy it, I think the reason why I enjoy Sonic the Hedgehog so much is because it doesn't feel like a Sonic game.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah,
I mean, I guess that's kind of why I don't have as much of a problem with Final Fantasy 15 because I never had that kind of attachment to the Final Fantasy
because
games.
I grew up with Final Fantasies 1 through 10, and they were a very important part of my childhood, and I worshipped those games. And when I saw Final Fantasy 12, I was fucking confused. I had to check the box to make sure that it was a Final Fantasy game. I thought I was going crazy.
Yeah, it's just the problem about I really despise about the new Sonic games is just the characters. Like besides Sonic, Shadow, and somewhat classic Sonic, the rest of the cast just don't do anything.
Honestly, Amy has no right to exist, and I wish she never existed. I can't understand how anyone can like Amy unironically.
Yeah, I'm not really big fan of Amy. But especially like people like Tails. Tails actually like used to back then fight along with Sonic.
Tails is at least you can say he's Sonic's partner in crime.
Yeah.
And potential butt buddy.
Yeah. Like I remember back then, inside the first Sonic adventures, Tails actually like fought Eggman once alone because there was no Sonic there to help him out. So and really gave
other characters I don't understand is Rouge the Bat. That character is just confusing, and I imagine probably fucked up a lot of kids, which is probably why we have so many furries nowadays. Because of
I had a
characters
lot
like
of
Rouge.
confused.
Yeah,
I had a lot of confused feelings when I first saw her.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but don't try to make Sonic characters sexy. Okay, it's just not right.
Yeah, it's
like these people bitching about the redesign of Lola Bunny, like, oh no, God forbid Lola Bunny doesn't look sexy. Lola Bunny's not supposed to look sexy. Stop trying to jerk off to animals, you sick fucks.
Yeah, when I just come off, when I just like search and I just see some disgusting fan art, I just like roll my eyes.
No, I feel like the fanfics are worse. I would know.
Oh yeah, I try and avoid them.
Yeah.
In fact, I think there may be one that a friend of mine's doing a deconstruction on. That the more I think about it, the more I just want to go up on the internet entirely.
Yeah.
As fun as this was, I think I should probably wrap this up. If you want, we can continue this in the Discord. But I think 5 hours is strong enough. I'll try to do this again another time. The only thing that holds me back from doing these is I need to do them on my days off because I need to have lots of time.
That's fine.
No, I'll try to do this again as soon as possible.
No, that's cool.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yep, see you guys around next time. And if you ever want to be a guest, don't be shy. Just private message me about it. Give me a time that works for you, and I'll do what I can. Because I actually work around the schedule of the guests. The guests don't work around my schedule. I work around their schedule.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Yeah,
I would
cool.
definitely love to join you for another one.
Yep.
Well, I'm available on Monday and Tuesday.
I'm free on
Yep, I think
Fridays
the
and the
next
weekend.
episode I'm going to be
Fridays.
doing is we might be talking about Watch Mojo next time around. I'm not quite too sure what the next one is. It might be Watch Mojo.
That would be cool.
I'll be game for it.
Yep.
Right. Well, I guess I might call it quits myself. Thanks again for having me, Kimi.
Yeah.
It's been a blast.
Yeah.
No problem.
Thanks.
Have fun, guys.